Good morning, everyone. Please join me for O Canada, followed by a moment of private contemplation. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, I'll look for my clerk for roll call.
Thank you and good morning, Warden, members of council. We have all members of council in attendance with just one exception. Councillor Cox has sent her regrets with alternate Councillor Taylor in attendance, and you have your quorum. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Is there anyone who has to leave early today? Not seeing any in the room. Councillor Smith.
Good morning, Your Worship. Thank you. 1 o'clock.
Okay. Councillor Sandu.
Your Worship, at noon.
Noon? All right. Agenda is actually not too heavy, though we do have a lot of presentations today that I wanted to do prior to our public meeting next month. I wanted to try and get these out of the way to save some time for that. There is a small garbage agenda on the item. That shouldn't take any length of time, I wouldn't think. So hopefully we'll be done by 1. So I'll look for the approval of the agenda. Councillor Dole.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by alternate Councillor Taylor that the agenda for the February 25th, 2025 meeting of council be approved.
Any questions on the agenda? Not seeing any. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Can't imagine. All right. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council? Again, I'm not seeing any, but if you find yourself in that situation later, please declare it at that time. Presentations and delegations, we have none, but consent agenda, Councillor Burkett.
Good morning, Your Worship. Through you, moved by myself, second by Councillor Norcross, that the Council Communications and Proclamations, February the 11th, 2025 to February 24th, 2025, having given due consideration, be received.
Thank you. Any questions on the proclamations? Not seeing any. It was a quieter month for a change. All in favor? That is carried. So the adoption of the council minutes and the committee of the whole minutes, Deputy Warden Coughlin.
Good morning, Your Worship. Through yourself, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Gordon, that the following county council minutes be confirmed and adopted, and committee of the whole reports be confirmed. County council minutes, February 11th, 2025, and committee of the whole report, February 11th, 2025.
Are there any questions arising from the minutes? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And the committee reports, Councillor Evans for performance management, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, Council. A resolution that the performance management recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated February 11th, 2025 be approved, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Norcross. Thank you, Your Warden.
Thank you. Any items to be pulled? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Want me to ask all opposed as well? Because we got folks at home. I'm seeing none. So Committee of the Whole Human Services, Councillor Measures.
Good morning, Your Worship. Good morning, Council. The Committee of the Whole for Human Services resolution will be moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Brian Smith that the Human Services recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated February 11, 2025 be approved.
Any items to be pulled from Human Services? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Opposed, if any? So next, Corporate Services, Chair Dola.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Miscomings that the corporate services recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated February the 11th, 2025 be approved.
Thank you. Is there any items to be pulled from Corporate Services? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Opposed, if any? Not seeing any. So presentations and considerations of special committee reports, we have none, and county officers' reports, we have none. Motions of which notices have been given, none, and no notices of motion. Looking at my clerk, not seeing any. No closed session. So consideration of bills. Councillor Norcross.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, moved by myself. Second by Councillor Burkett that bills number 7115-25 and 7116-25 be enacted as bylaws of the County of Simcoe.
Any questions on the bylaws? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We're already on to announcements. Deputy Warden, lead us off.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to take a quick minute. Last week during the significant weather events, Springwater and specifically Elmell was hit extremely hard. I wanted to extend gratitude to the county as well as our neighbors of Innisfil and Tiny Township for your assistance in ensuring safety for our residents and helping us get through the storm as quickly as we could.
There was a lot of efforts put in by a lot of folks over that. Most snow I've seen in a long, long time. So congratulations to all the workers that are out there keeping us moving. Any other announcements? Okay, I have a few then. The It Starts flag raising and promotional material outside the chamber. So we'll be doing that after the meetings today. Flag raising, I think, after Committee of the Whole, would it not be, Jonathan? And then, of course, out in the atrium, we can start our photo session there as It Starts campaign starts in March. Also, just a reminder, this is the final of our current hybrid schedule. So the next meeting, March 11th, which is the public meeting for our conversation. Yeah, I keep wanting to say the opposite. So that is a public meeting that'll be held here and all councillors are to be present. And then what we'll do at governance, we'll sit down and discuss hybrid options at our first governance meeting and come back with a recommendation to council. But so far, council, this is when the hybrid option ends and everybody's be back March 11th. So just a friendly reminder. So with that, I'll look for the confirmation bylaw. Councillor Norcross.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, second by Councillor McClellan that bill number 7117-25 be enacted as a bylaw of the County of Simcoe.
All in favor? That is carried. And last, that the February 25th, 2025 meeting of the County Council be adjourned at 9, well, if I drag it out, 9:10 a.m. Moved by Councillor Gordon, second by the Deputy Warden. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We'll just wait and roll into our Committee of the Whole. Mark, if you'd be kind enough to get the folks. So I see I got folks both online and in person. So Jonathan, if I can get a roll call, please.
Thank you, Warden. Good morning to committee. In addition to those members present at council, we're joined by the city representatives. Aurelia Councillor Durnford is present. Aurelia Councillor Fallis is absent. Barrie Councillor Hamilton is absent. Aurelia Mayor McIsaac is present. Barrie Councillor Nagusi is present. Barrie Mayor Nuttall is absent. And Barrie Councillor Rietma is present. With that, you have your quorum. Thanks, Warden.
Thank you and welcome to the city reps. I'll look for the approval of the agenda. Councillor Dolan, please.
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Van Staveren that the agenda for the February 25th, 2025 meeting of Committee of the Whole be approved.
Any questions on the agenda? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council? Not seeing any. So if you find yourself in that situation later, please declare it at that time. So we do have a presentation and delegation, and I've got Heather McDonald and Nigel Jabarzad. You're going to have to correct me. I hope I got that right. Vice President Operations. I have a presentation on behalf of Loft. So come on down, folks. And I apologize. I don't think I got your name correct. Nadine, thank you.
And so do we move the slides as well? Yes? Okay. Got it. Fantastic.
So welcome, and whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Your Worship, and good morning, members of council. I want to specifically say hello to Mayor Leduc, Deputy Mayor Sandhu. I saw you up there as well. Thank you very much for having us here this morning. My name is Heather McDonald. I'm the CEO of Loft Community Services. This is my colleague, Nagin Zabarjad, who's the VP of Operations. We're a nonprofit charity who's been working in Simcoe County since 2012. And I also want to call out the staff of the county and seeing you who have been wonderful in working with us. We wanted to present to you today an exciting project we are building in the county as a nonprofit charity partner delivering on your vision of deeply affordable housing serving the most vulnerable people in the county. And we want you to be part of it. We want you to hear about the project that we're doing and that there's opportunities for the county to support us in that. Our request today is consideration for some of the costs of this project. This is a project our nonprofit is financing ourselves to help the county reach your goals around affordable housing and serving the most vulnerable and addressing issues of homelessness. Look, here we go. So our request, very high level, we're talking about our project. We want you to be champions of it. We want you to support it, just like Mayor Leduc and Deputy Mayor Sandhu have, and council from Bradford, Westquill and Barrie, by donating the land and their expertise and deep support, as well as meals delivered by Mayor Leduc at 11 p.m. after gatherings to Bradford House. He is a big champion of the project. So we're going to outline the project, some of the soft costs for the project that we would like the county to consider, the potential of the current site we own that we bought with philanthropic dollars that we think might have a great potential to support county's goals as well now and into the future, and some of the communal spaces we have in the project that we think are especially of interest to the county. So now Nagin will tell us more about the construction and the opportunities.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Heather, and thanks everyone for having us here today. As some of you may know, Loft, as Heather also mentioned, currently operates a home for low-income seniors in Bradford House and has done so since 2012. And Bradford House, our current Bradford House, provides deeply affordable permanent housing, as well as 24/7 care that's really catered to the needs of each of the 50 seniors that live there today. Our residents live with a combination of complex physical and mental health challenges and would otherwise be at serious risk of homelessness or unnecessary hospitalization. So the current building we have today, our current Bradford House, is in a fantastic location, and we have great staff there that are doing the best they can to provide the care that our clients need. But the current building just really is not built for the needs of the seniors who live there. Our residents have relatively high accessibility needs. And so in the current building, they have trouble, getting through hallways and stairs and, elevators that are too narrow. A lot of them do use wheelchairs and mobility devices, so it's a real challenge for them. And as they continue to age in place in their home, these accessibility needs will continue to increase. Another challenge with our current building is dining. So our staff prepare and serve meals to our clients every day. And the current facility really makes that a challenge. And there's not enough room for the clients to come together and eat together, which is really important. And we all know that the need for affordable housing and supportive housing for our community members who are most vulnerable keeps growing. And so our current Bradford House since 2012 has operated at full capacity. And our wait list just continues to grow along with the needs of the community. So that's why we're building a new Bradford House. That's the picture you see up on the screen. This project addresses a lot of these challenges. It is going to be 6 stories and 99 units. So that'll just almost double the number of seniors that we're able to serve. We're working with a great team. We got staff input and resident input to design a building that really serves the needs of the folks who live there and our staff who work there. So we have 99 units, 30% of them will be barrier-free, private units with private bathrooms, which the residents are very excited about, wider corridors, ramps, an extra elevator, all of which will just address a lot of those accessibility issues. And so, not quite. So just a little bit more about the current building. Thanks, Heather. We'll also have a commercial kitchen. So as I mentioned, communal dining, really important to the clients, as you can imagine, really important to building those connections, feeling like they're in a place that really feels like home and having that sense of belonging. And so that commercial kitchen will go a long way. Okay, and so as you can see in this picture, construction is well underway on the new site, and this is a $67 million project. So it's a massive lift for a nonprofit like Loft. The project's on track, it's on budget, but as you can imagine, it's already required significant financial investment and leveraging a lot of our organizational assets just to make this a reality for the residents and get the project moving while we continue to advocate for support. A huge amount of construction costs, but also soft costs. So things like permits and fees and professional services, and of course the interest related to the project financing, those are all covered in the soft costs that we're presenting here today, about $13.4 million of the project budget. And of course, we have to furnish the place. So we estimate about $1.2 million for things like appliances, medical equipment, furniture and fixtures in the units and in the communal spaces. So as Heather mentioned, we're hoping that these soft costs are one way that the county might support this important project. Okay, and the current site might also present a good opportunity for the county. As I mentioned, it's in a really great location. It's close to downtown, close to transportation. It's just a few minutes walk from the new social services and community hub in Bradford as well. It's 32 units, lots of parking. And you know, we talk about how it doesn't fit the needs of our clients because they have such high accessibility needs, but it's a building that's been pretty well maintained and serviced over the last decade or so by our property services team. We have recently valued it at just above $3 million. And so there's been some ideas floating around of what this building could be used for. Of course, we'd love nothing more than for the building to continue to serve the community. And so we ask that the council, the county consider purchasing this and potentially using it to support some other community objectives. Okay, and finally, we just wanted to highlight with some great pictures that bring the ideas to life some of the specific elements of those soft costs that I mentioned. Communal spaces at around $215,000. This is the dining areas, the reception space, the lobby, lounges, outdoor spaces, multi-purpose rooms. So this is really, these spaces are really critical to nurturing a sense of community at Bradford House, and potentially in the future could even be considered for use for engaging the broader community. Then we have the kitchen that I spoke about, kitchen and serveries at around $387,000. This, of course, as I mentioned, meals are a critical part of the care that we provide our clients. But also in some other communities that Loft operates in, having a space like this with a commercial kitchen and these types of facilities has allowed us to be have lots of options for considering other potential ways of expanding services. So in some of our other sites, a space like this might serve as a hub that would allow us to expand services in the broader community. So as we think about what this new Bradford House could be into the future, this is a really important element. And then finally, just wanted to show you the costs related to the client units, an important part of their feeling at home in the new building, the furniture and appliances that come out to about $484,000. So just some other options for how the county could potentially support this project.
Thanks, Nagin. I also want to talk about the community and how, I have to say too, the mayor, the deputy mayor were there at our community information sessions. I reach out to some neighbors every other week, as the mayor is aware. The community has been fully embraced and engaged throughout this process as well. And the members of the community include the residents of Bradford House. And this is Denise. Denise is a resident, is also a Bradford House ambassador. Anytime you visit there, she's in the front telling you, this place is being built, this is what's happening, I'm so excited. People are looking out the windows. We actually had residents said, you know, maybe we're asking for too much to actually have a washroom in each of our units. That feels like too much to ask. And I think many of us here can say, would we live without that? But these are our people in our community that often go without. We need to think about them, and they deserve dignified housing. So if we can end with Denise talking about the need of the service. And with that, thank you very much, Your Worship, for the time and for members of council. And we are available to answer any questions after the video.
My name is Denise, and before I came to Loft, I was looking for a place to live because I needed extra help. So if without Loft, I would be on the streets. I've been at Loft over 10 years. Bradford House, a roof over my head, a warm bed, hot meals, freedom, everything actually, because without Loft, I don't know where I would be. It's been great living at Loft. Now I'm dealing with cancer, which I'm getting a lot of support from Loft. My moods have been great because of that. And through chemo, I developed some side effects. So I'm getting support there. If I have any questions, they answer it for me to the best of their knowledge. And if I need extra help with my questions. They get in touch with the proper doctor and get the information, and then they feed it back to me. Loft has always been there for me because I'm comfortable with the way I've been treated here. They've been patient with me, and which helped me out change my attitude towards the way I look at certain things or how I handle things. It helped me out a lot. The building sounds fantastic, suited for a lot of us. I think we all will be greatly happy to be in a new place, new surroundings. Everything will be nice. A lot of residents are waiting for the new building to come up. They can't wait. You know, they're excited over it. Thank you very much for helping a lot of people that need the assistance of what Loft provides for them. And where they would be on the streets, you know, who knows what would happen to them. But Loft has opened their doors to a lot of different people with a lot of different backgrounds, which I believe helped them feel a lot better about themselves.
Thank you very much. I'm available, Your Worship, for any questions that council may have or whatever you wish.
Perfect. Thank you. Great presentation. Very exciting project. So
It is.
let's see what we got. Okay, I've got Councillor Norcross with a question. I've got a few
Thank
questions.
you. Sorry, thank you, Your Worship, through you. I'm not sure what the ask is on how much you're looking for the soft costs. And second question is, what value do you put on your existing building that you'd like the county to purchase from you?
Great. I will have, thank you. And through you, Your Worship, the value of the property was just appraised a couple of weeks ago at $3.1 million. And it's a project, as I mentioned, we would very much like to continue to do a public service and good. We bought it with fundraised dollars. We would like it to remain doing good in the community. And I will ask Nagin, who can speak about the soft costs. What we wanted to do is present the county a lot of different ways that you may be able to support us. So we are presented an array, as we know that there are different opportunities that come to the county, and Mina and I have discussed some of them. And so it's more for your consideration as these opportunities come up to think about Loft. But do you want to speak about the soft cost, Nagin?
Yeah, so the soft cost, the number that we had presented was about $13.4 million. That covers all of our soft costs, but there's different components that we can break down, as well as the furnishings and sort of wayfinding piece, that's about $1.2 million. And then the different options in terms of the spaces that we provided. So as Heather said, we've provided a range to be considered depending on the availability of funding.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor Bell.
Thank you very much. It's a great presentation. I really do enjoy projects like this. Just curious, have you approached Bradford at all? I mean, your local municipality, have they had a deputation, and have you made the ask for any money there? First question. And I'll just ask them at the same time, it'll be easier. I guess the next one is, what is the total cost of this project, and how close to budget are you?
Thank you. Through Your Worship, we have absolutely been working with the municipality of Bradford, West Gwillimbury, and presented many times to council. They have supported us by the donation of the land where we are building. So that has been a substantial financial donation from the municipality. And we actually have provincial and federal support of this project, and anticipate further provincial investment. We are missing county investment. We have municipal by the donation of the land, the province, and recently federal investment through CMHC, forgivable loan and financing. So the municipality has very much been there for us through the donation of the land. In terms of the total cost of the project, you can speak to that, Nikki. Sure. Do you want to speak it?
Yeah, the total cost of the project is $67 million, and we are currently on budget and on track in terms of schedule.
Okay, perfect timing. I've got Councillor Leduc, followed by Councillor Sandu. Go ahead, James.
Thank you, Warden, and thank you, Heather, for coming with your team and presenting this project to council. It's a wonderful project. I got to meet Heather a few years back. Wonderful lady. The energy that comes from her team is amazing. This started way back when it was Mayor Keffer at the time. We sat with them and we talked about this project, and it came to light really through COVID. We recognized the issues with the building that they were in, and they were struggling with through COVID. And the residents there are just fantastic. We've got to meet them. I mean, Denise, amazing lady. Others that are there are just amazing people. And we decided that we had to do something. As a community, we had to do something. This is a need in our community. This is not long-term care. This is not affordable or assisted living. This is that middle transition piece where, and I think Heather touched on it, where we have potentially they are going to be homeless, or they're going to be in our healthcare system taking up hospital beds. And this is Southlake has partnered with Heather and her team also at this house. We've taken this out, and the reason why we really want to support this project is because we're taking 50 beds and creating 99 beds. So we're creating 49 new beds for residents throughout Simcoe County. And I can tell you, if you ever wanted to work with a great group of people, reach out to Heather's team, get her into your community, talk to her, because right now the farthest north you are is Bradford. But I'll tell you, they would love to come expand throughout the Simcoe County and work with all of our communities, because this is a program that we can support. I know I've supported 100%. Others have supported. I know Deputy Mayor supported. Our council supported. We have fast-tracked the building, the permits and everything else. We've worked with her team to make sure that we kept as much of the cost as little as we could to help support this budget. It's a tight budget. That property that she talks about in Bradford is a fantastic piece of property which could be redeveloped into some great affordable housing opportunity there. It's a large piece of land right downtown. It is got a bus stop in front. It's, I would say, 200 meters to the actual corner of Holland Street, which is our main street in downtown. So it's a perfect redevelopment property. Sitting at 3.1 right now. That's a steal in our community when it comes right down to it. So that's one way of helping support this project, is by purchasing that land, and I think, like Heather said, we can redevelop and create more affordable housing opportunities throughout Simcoe County, and that's I hope that's what our goal is today. Some of the soft costs you talked about, the 1.2 million in furnishings, these are things that we can do as a community, as a council, as Simcoe County, to help those people, because when you go into that house, you'll see those people. They're fantastic people that just needed that one break in life. They're getting it. The building that we're building, that they're building right there, is 6 stories. It's beautiful. It's right near our downtown core. We've got residents around the area that have accepted it. They're working through the process. Heather's team has been speaking directly with them. They've been very community-oriented when it comes to talking to the residents of Bradford. So I certainly sit here today, and I can't say enough about this organization, Loft. It's fantastic. The sad part is we're losing Heather. She's moving on. She's moving on to United Way Toronto, which is a large organization, and I can tell you why they grabbed her, because she's such a great person. When you want to get something done, she gets it done. There's no stopping her. So I'm sorry to see you go, but you know what? I know you've got a great team right behind you, standing there, and you're gonna make sure that we transition this process, and we're gonna get this beautiful building with these people that are wonderful, and we're gonna enjoy having them in our community, because it's fantastic, and they're gonna have this beautiful. When they talk about the bathrooms, you talked about it. Those residents are not asking for the world. They know that this is a beautiful opportunity for them, and they're just excited about it. And they have those questions. Do we really need this? Do we really need that? But in the end, it's about a building that's going to be there for 50, 100 years, and we're going to serve our residents of Simcoe County that really need that. And it's about that transitioning from the hospital to this facility here. We're going to help all of our healthcare providers by building things like this. So reach out to Heather, reach out to Loft, and make sure you have some conversations with her, because it's a great organization that we should have throughout our county. They do wonderful work. So can't say enough, Heather. Thank you very much. Warden, thank you. I'll leave it at that.
If I can, through your worship, just a few comments. It is United Way Greater Toronto, so you will continue to see me, because it's broadly, and I will still be working in this community. The advice you've provided, and the Deputy Mayor and your team, has been priceless. If you're asking about what support Bradford's provide, we are actually Loft is in Barrie, Orillia, and Penetanguishene. So I just wanted to highlight that as well. And when you spoke about hospitals, Loft just transitioned a woman who had been living in hospital hospital for 17 years. This is a very significant challenge for health. We do partner with Southlake, as well as every hospital in Simcoe County we partner with. Our project in Aurelia and Barrie are with the hospitals there to help transition people out of hospital and provide health care, which is often housing in the community. So I think it's important that nonprofits are able to steward this investment long-term to reach those goals, to ensure they remain deeply affordable and serving the most vulnerable. And I will say the support for Bradford, the municipality, our first donation was from a father of a resident of Bradford House who said, here's everything I can give you. Here's $10,000. It's everything I can give you. You gave me my daughter back. So we've been very embraced by the community as well.
Thank you. Councillor Sandhu.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to first thank Heather and Megan for making the presentation and taking the time to come out. Heather, I really enjoyed our bi-weekly calls, and I really appreciated the time you took to provide the updates on the project. Colleagues Loft is a very important community partner for us. They're providing the service that's, in my mind, most needed in our community and throughout the county. I was very proud to be part of this project or supported on the council side of it. And it was really a pleasure working with this team. This is one team that went over and above, in my mind, by providing extra updates to the residents that are in the surrounding area that had concerns, meeting with them, providing them regular updates, bringing them in, explaining the project, and to the residents that are in there. Some things we take for granted, like Mayor Leduc said, and I'm not going to repeat some of his comments that I agree with, in fairness of time. You know, we take granted for having our own washroom, and these people are even hesitant to asking for that. When you go in there, just the energy with the residents and the staff, and it goes both ways. If the staff is not the right staff, the residents won't feel the way they're feeling, and I'm very thankful to that. What they're asking is not a lot, colleagues. This is one area of service that we as county provides, and I think we do a good job, and if we can, we would always do more. But this is something that we should consider, and the ask is not too much. You know, 1.3 soft cost with financing, and then 1.2 for the furnishings. If you think of it, when it comes to county, it's not that big of an ask. But the main thing is the property that's on a prime location that would, help us serve what we need to do, what we should be doing, and what we are doing as county. I would sure hope that my colleagues on this council consider looking at that property and helping this project out. And I just want to say thank you, Heather, again. We're going to miss you, but I know you're leaving a very strong and good team behind. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Van Staveren.
Thank you, Your Worship. Quick question, if you could touch on, the mayor has hit on a lot of the, Bradford has talked a lot about Bradford. Can you talk about your catchment area that you're servicing right now, and also the potential to bring the same model to us northern reaches? Because I know you're in the terrace in Barrie. You're not that far away now. So can you just talk about that, please?
Absolutely. So we are serving from Lake Ontario to Penetanguishene. That is already starting to expand from there. We're actually finding hospitals in communities like the County of Simcoe are desperately needing us because they're not getting the capital support necessarily for their hospitals, or the investment they will get will not reach the needs of their hugely fast-growing communities. So we are going to communities that creating these housing options. In that housing, we have behavioral support staff that goes out to communities and hub and spoke services to the community. So our vision is to continue to expand, but we are already, from from Lake Ontario up to Penetanguishene. We're also east into Scarborough region and into Peel as well. So that our vision is to go to communities. The biggest game changer for us is a community like we've experienced in Bradford that is open arms to say, how can we help? That's the game changer for us, to have communities that want to work with us. And it's our mission to serve the underserved. And we have great assets, real estate assets that we can leverage, and we use those housing as a base. Our housing site in Barrie, we're in Simcoe Terrace, which you may know, it had evacuation due to a fire about a month ago, which was managed amazingly. So we have those housing bases and expand from there. So the answer is we are in a broad geographic area. We know the needs of communities that is outpacing the hospitals, what hospitals can do, which is why South Lake is in Bradford and working with South Lake and other hospitals. So we are definitely expanding.
So just a quick answer to it. So it's really nice to hear, of course, you're working with Mina. When time comes, you will look at also, say Barrie needed people brought to Bradford, you cover that whole area and integrate it within the Bradford region as well. So,
absolutely.
yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. And yeah.
Carry on, Heather.
Oh, no, that's, and I was just going to say, just around this development, we already have all the trades, construction partners signed on. It is a freight train, this development, in the good way, in that why we're on budget and on time is that we've used an approach called the integrated project delivery approach, which means that if we are over time or over budget, all the trades partners and construction partners cannot charge anything but cost. They cannot get any profit on if we're over budget. It's quite a novel approach, but it's been a wonderful one to ensure on time, on budget, and design and delivering exactly what we want. We haven't had a change order, and I don't anticipate one because of this collaborative approach.
Perfect. Councillor Miskimans.
Thank you, Warden, through you. Heather Niggin, thank you so much for a great presentation. My question is around the current facility. Have you guys explored expanding your reach? Like, you're already adding 99 beds and you've got, 50 on the other. What would be the rationale for not continuing to operate when you already own the land, already own the building?
Yes. Well, as Negin mentioned, the building that we currently have, you saw Denise trying to navigate those hallways with probably an inch on either side, and there's someone maybe wanting to move around them. It's just not designed well for the people we have there. We, in our costing and financing for this new construction, calculated in the sale in terms of our financing of the project. So it was part of our financing, and it continues to be that we need to sell it and leverage that money towards the financing of the development. If that were to change, if we were to get investment, that we could then need not to do that. In fact, the municipality, we've agreed that would be something we'd come back and talk to them about as an opportunity. But right now, since that hasn't come to pass, that continues to be in our financing project, that it would be sold and all of that money goes towards the construction of the new project. That answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor Dolan and then a couple folks online.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I just wondered if you could zoom out a bit and talk a little bit about what LOFT is, where you get your funding, your board members. Are there any Simcoe County board members? Are you supported operationally by Simcoe County now, and what other areas, and more on the big picture?
Sure. So LOFT stands for Leap of Faith Together. We've been around since 1953 with a real focus on serving people with mental health, substance use issues, as well as homelessness. And homelessness has led us into more health care because people who are homeless end up in hospital with nowhere to go. That's really have been our focus. So you mentioned our board members. In fact, one of the biggest champions of Bradford House is the former Deputy Premier, Christine Elliott, who is on our board of directors and is overseeing the construction of Bradford House. The intent is to scale and spread this model, as she would identify it and be very familiar with the health needs of our province, to scale and spread that model throughout Ontario. She says, when she left her political position, she said, I want to work with Loft because you need to be everywhere in the province. So we absolutely do have representation across the broad scope and area, including a medical student is on our board who lives in the area. You mentioned funding. Our funding is 85% of the funding for Loft. Our operating budget is $100 million. 85% of that comes from the province, our grants. Of that 85% of our revenue, 85% comes from the province, and the rest comes from municipalities. We also fundraise about $5 million a year that goes right back into our programming and services. And I like to acknowledge that people like Denise contribute rent. Everything they have, they can contribute. They contribute rent, which adds up to about $7.2 million a year of our operating revenue is from our clients who are contributing to their service as well. We have worked with the county and are currently talking to MENA around how we can deepen our relationship with the county and work with them. And most recently, there's been some announcements and work that we're going to be doing together. So I hope that answers most of your questions. Thank you.
Perfect. And I've got Councillor Norcross.
Thank you, Your Worship. What's the timing of building this project, please, and breaking ground? Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship. Thank you. So the ground is broken. This is being built, and we are on time to be completed our construction in February 2026. That is 1 year from now. And I've actually come to understand that there are not a lot of people doing construction projects right now. We have national, provincial interest in this project because of how well it's progressing and how surprised they are by no budget overruns because of our pre-planning the project. So February 2026, it will be completed.
Okay, Councillor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. Thank you for the presentation, ladies. I was wondering if we could hear from General Manager Fayez Baguette in regards to the relationship of the county with the Loft organization and what you sort of see going forward, or how this project sort of fits into the vision of service for our residents, please.
Nina.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Snell. So the county has a 10-year affordable housing and homelessness prevention strategy that came to an end in 2024, and we're bringing to council a new 10-year strategy that looks to explore many different ways to create more affordable housing opportunities with different types of partnerships. On the housing side of it, I think projects like this are ones that we take a look at through our matrix of evaluations to see how that can fit within our larger kind of goals that we've set together here at the county. In terms of the operating side or the service side, we are always looking to broker partnerships with agencies that are already in the community serving the common client. So if we have a client that we're both serving either through a homelessness program or a supportive housing program or an assisted living or seniors program, we want to make sure that we're wrapping around that support correctly around that common client. So I think for us is, making the tent of operators and service providers larger and broader to bring in as many services as we can that we can leverage funding that Loft is receiving from Ontario Health or we're receiving from Ontario Health. So luckily we've had a few opportunities in the last couple of months that have been announced in terms of Ontario Health dollars. So we'll be collaborating that way to deliver services for our common clients.
Good enough, Councillor, and we will be getting a staff report. At least that's the motion I intend to bring in at the end of this. I've got Councillor Norris.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just a quick question here. What's the actual commitment from the province and the federal for the build?
Okay, through you, Your Worship. So I will start with federal commitment. So the federal commitment is $17 million of mortgage financing, as well as a $7.4 million forgivable loan, which is interest-free, can be a grant we use right now. So that is from the federal government. At this point, provincially, they are supporting the operations of the current Bradford House that will be moved to the next site. And we're in conversations with them to expand operational support, but they already pay for the staffing. And so that is already in place. The provincial government has provided us with dollars to support the pre-construction at this point of the project, which was $500,000. And we are in deep conversations with the province for a capital investment towards the project as well.
Councillor Leduc.
Yes, thank you, Warden. And I'd just like to add a little bit more context to the conversation on a little bit about what Bradford did to help make this project move forward. So the property that we had there housed our food bank in one section, and it housed our WOW Living in another section of the property. In order to make this project work, because we were trying to facilitate this project on Loft's property, we're trying to do it, and we couldn't without purchasing other properties. So we just couldn't make that work without disrupting the residents. And the key was, we don't want to disrupt the residents. This is the hardest thing to do. They need their home. So we couldn't do that. So in order to make this project work, Bradford had to go out, and we purchased a school that came available just up the road. I know the county was interested in it. We were interested in it. We purchased the school. The idea was to create this hub, which is 177 Church Street, which we call our hub. That hub cost us $5 million to buy. We renovated it for $10 million. We have a $15 million commitment into that building, which allowed us to move our food bank, which we knew we had to do because it was, again, in a position where through COVID, we recognized the issues that we were having. We couldn't have a food bank because we couldn't serve those clients. They had to wait outside in the middle of winter, in the middle of weather. They had to wait outside to get their food. So it was really something that we felt really bad about doing, and it wasn't good for the clients. So in the end, we purchased this building, did the renovations, moved our food bank over there. Then we moved WOW Living out of the building that they were in and other services, this Happy 60s and other ones that were in that building, and we moved them out into this new hub. That was an investment into that to make this project become viable for them. And then we transferred the land to the Loft. And the land, I don't know what the value of the land is other than I can tell you well over $1 million in land, because you can't get an acre of land in Bradford for basically under $1 million right now. So that's our commitment. That was our commitment to Loft. And we did that because we recognized Loft's ability and skills and how they manage it. And I think the key here was, what really sold us on it was, we were taking 50 units and creating 99. We were moving 49 people off the street potentially, or out of the hospital system. And that was the real goal, and that was the real benefit to it. It was all of Simcoe County. And Loft works in this region. So it was all of Simcoe County that we were going to take 49 people out of the system and put them into Loft's care. And that's really where I think it sold myself and at that time, Mayor Keffer and council. The deputy mayor was part of that council. So we made some significant investments to make this happen. And we're quite proud of what we did. I tell you, it's amazing what we did. We've got a beautiful building at 177 Church that's also servicing our most vulnerable people in Bradford. They're homeless. The county works with WOW Living right now. And Out of the Cold is a warming center. And we've created our food bank, which was in a small little area, and we opened up 4,000 square feet for them to service the residents of Bradford. So it was a major investment, but a commitment with Loft and Bradford, the residents of Bradford, to make this happen. And that was the big goal. And I think we managed to knock off a few things off of our checklist that is serving the most vulnerable population in the area. And that's the key. We wanted to make sure that we were doing something to service our most vulnerable. So it was a great project, and we decided that we need to be part of that project. We wanted to be part of that team. So we are proud to be there, and we're happy that you're here asking. And we hope, again, that the county council looks at this from a benefit to the county, because this will be a benefit to the county. And I hope that we take a consideration on what their ask is. So thank you again.
Thank you. And through you, Your Worship, that I think the other thing that you did, Mayor Leduc, is there are safeguards around that donation of land that you provided us, saying, you're going to do this, you're going to build this. And I think you've done a very good job creating templates that others can look at around ensuring that donation of land or other donations deliver on what they expect, and that's very clear and legally laid out. And we appreciated you taking that time to do that work.
Okay, thank you. Very thorough discussion. Do I have any other questions? Not seeing any. So I do have a motion that the request from Loft Community Services be referred to staff for consideration and report back. Moved by Councillor Leduc. Second by Councillor Sandu. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. And thank you, Heather. And thank you, Nagin.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so we'll now head into our agenda, performance management, and Chair Evans.
Pardon me, Warden. I was just in discussion there, but let me pull this up, thankfully. Okay, moving on to item performance management archives. Item 5.1 CCW 2025-060. Simcoe County Archive operations in January 2025. So just a brief update report. The archives is is apparently on plan to open as well in May of 2025. There's some pictures inside there of operations moving forward. So a little bit of a disruption to business as can be expected in a situation like this, but it seems to be going on track. So any discussion or any comments on this item, Council? Seeing none. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Cabral. Thank you. Seconded by alternate Councillor Taylor. Thank you very much. Resolution is that item CCW 2025-060, dated February 25th, 2025, regarding the Simcoe County Archive operations in January of 2025 be received. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. Motion is carried. And back to you, Warden. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. And now Chair Measures. Human Services, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Committee, we're at the Human Services, section 6.1 at this time. We'll have a presentation. I'm going to ask General Manager Fayez Baguette to introduce Morgan, and we're going to learn more about the It Starts campaign.
Thank you, Chair Measures. I'll introduce our supervisor for our local immigration partnership, Morgan Deneau, and she'll do a short presentation on this year's It Starts campaign. Thank you.
Is it on? Yes, perfect. Your Worship, members of council, members of staff, and members of the public. My name is Morgan, as it was mentioned, and I am the supervisor at the Simcoe County Local Immigration Partnership, and I'm here to present the It Starts campaign, which I assume a lot of you are familiar with. Just a little context about the Simcoe County Local Immigration Partnership, commonly referred as the LIP. We are partially funded by Immigration, Refugee, and Citizenship Canada, and we don't work directly with newcomers and immigrants, but we work with community partners that support them, and our goal really is to improve economic and social outcomes of newcomers and immigrants in our communities. We're not alone in the work that we do. Across Ontario, there are 34 local immigration partnerships, and across Canada, there are 86. The It Starts campaign is a public education initiative that promotes a unified community, and the campaign encourages collective action against racism and discrimination. It happens every month of March. Municipal government play a key role in helping newcomers settle into their Canadian life. According to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, in many respects, municipal governments are the nation's frontline first responder when it comes to immigrant settlement and their new communities. Our community is diverse. In the 2021 census data, it was cited that about 16% of Simcoe County residents were newcomers and immigrants. When we also look at diversity, we look at the number of residents that speak a non-official mother tongue, which means other languages other than English or French. 12.5% of the population reported that they spoke a non-official mother tongue. And residents who identified as belonging to racialized population in 2021 were 12.4% of the total population of Simcoe County. And when we look at, or we compare between the 2016 census data and the 2021 census data, we saw that there were growth in every category of this population. In 2022, the Local Immigration Partnership released an immigrant survey as well. In this survey, we asked newcomer residents about their sense of belonging in their local community. About a third reported that their sense of belonging to their community were somewhat weak or very weak. We also asked what was the biggest challenge newcomers had settling in their community. The fifth biggest challenge for newcomers in our community was cited as being racism and experiences of racism and discrimination. It was about 25% of respondents citing that this was one of their biggest challenges settling in Simcoe County. So the campaign was developed by the Cultural Competency Working Group 9 years ago, and it was a recommendation in the 2012 Community Settlement Strategy under the theme of readiness. And so we launched it. Then it was called the Pledge, but it was rebranded to It Starts. The key activities in the campaign. So the campaign asked community members to participate in the campaign on social media, display a campaign card. We have them available outside of County Chamber if you're interested in taking a picture, and performing active inclusivity. One of the key dates during the month of March is March 21st, which is the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. There are events happening, and we also ask community members if they want to have host their own events to host their own event on March 21st as well. There are two key, there are two key roles in the campaign. There are ambassadors as well as community champions. Ambassadors are individual community members that are committing to participating in the campaign, and community champions are organizations that are committed to participating in the campaign. We provide ambassador information session in partnership with the Simcoe County District School Board. And this year, 150 individuals attended the information sessions, which is greater numbers than we've experienced in the past few years. Usually we have about 100 attendees, and this year we had 150. So Community Champion, as I mentioned, are organizations within the county that are committing to participating and leading the campaign within the organization for 1 week during the month of March. And they commit to planning an event during the March 21st. This year, there are 32 community champions and 32 organizations committing to participating during the month of March during 1 week. Of note, Simcoe County Making Change has been the campaign chair and chairing the planning meetings for our community champion for the past 3 years. They're doing it again this year. The Local Immigration Partnership tries to measure social media participation each year during the campaign. And so we've experienced growth every year. And we also measure engagement, which has grown also each year. Last year was the biggest engagement, and negative sentiment. And we can see that it has decreased every year as well. So how to engage? We recommend municipalities sign a 2025 It Starts proclamation. We have them available outside of County Chamber, and we'll have them available throughout the month of March as well. Propose a council motion or share the campaign on social media. We have sent out through our clerk's office municipal toolkits to municipal staff so that they can also kind of plan for the campaign and plan to participate. Attend or host a local event for the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. There are currently 3 libraries that have committed to hosting an event, one in Midland, Barrie, and Severn, and there are other libraries that are working on hosting their own events as well. And then promoting the Simcoe County Local Immigration Workplace Inclusion Charter. This document has been released, and this is a toolkit for a resource for employers to make their provide kind of a guideline on how to make an inclusive workplace. We have them as well available outside of County Chamber. I do, before I move on, want to thank a lot of municipalities that have started planning for the event. I know that there are already some posting that have gone out, even though we're not in March, so thank you very much. And if you have any questions, thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and good luck with the campaign. I know I've participated in it many times, and so I'm very pleased to have you update council and so on the program. Mina, did you have something else you want to add?
Yes, we are making available those social media cutouts. They'll be available for next council meeting here in Chambers to disperse amongst all the different municipalities so that you can take them to your own municipalities and have the participation brought in that way as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you, Megan. I think there's some questions. Councillor Leduc.
Maybe not a question, but it's a comment. So it's wonderful to see the program evolve over years, and I see that we have 32 members that are competing or participating in that campaign this year. That's increased, correct? From year over year, that's an increase. So it's wonderful to see, and you can see from the stats that we have a lot of immigrants coming into our section of the county, and you know the whole county is great with greater immigration. So wonderful to see this program, and I've seen some benefits of it right in my own community. I've been was up to Georgian College with a program up there, and it was wonderful to see all those folks come, and they were having a great time, and I appreciate what everybody's doing, and I look forward to participating again in this campaign. Certainly our community, our staff, we had them all out doing pictures and doing all that, you know, the equity and everything that we could do, and it was a wonderful campaign in Bradford. We look forward to it again. The only thing, it's not to you, it's to the clerks. When we've got the presentations up there, can we shrink the people on the screen to one picture, one frame? You've got 5 or 6 up there, so we miss a lot of the data. A lot of the great data was up there, and I'm assuming that the public sees that also. So, wondered if we could shrink that, if somebody can manage that.
We will have a chat about that after.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the comments. I see other questions from Councillor Cabral.
Thank you very much, Chair. And just a question with respect to the It Starts program itself. It's obviously popular in Simcoe County. Is this program going on in other jurisdictions too, or is this something that's relatively exclusive to Simcoe County itself?
Through you, Your Worship, it has been taken on by other local immigration partnerships throughout Canada. The local immigration partnership in Simcoe County was one of the precursor of the It Starts campaign. This is our 9th year, as I mentioned, and it was featured federally across Canada last year as a best practice for local immigration partnerships.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much. Good question. I see Councillor Michael Smith is on board with a question. Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you. It's actually been answered. I'm sorry, I forgot to take my hand out, so thank you.
No trouble. Thank you very much. All right, if there's nothing further, anybody else with any questions or comments? All right. Council, thank you, Megan, for your presentation very much, and thank you, Mina, for the introduction. Council, we do have a resolution here as item 6.1, so I'll read the resolution and I'll look for a mover and seconder. That item CCW 2025-055, dated February 25th, 2025, regarding the Simcoe County Local Immigration Partnership 2025 Public Education Campaign to reduce racism and discrimination, It Starts, be received, and that member municipalities and the separated cities be encouraged to participate in the It Starts campaign between March the 1st and March 31st, 2025, including hosting a flag raising and issuing a municipal proclamation supporting the initiative, and by recognizing March 21st, 2025 as the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. I'll look for a mover and seconder, please. Where are we at here? Mr. Fryer, thank you. And where are we at? Mr. Miskimmons, thank you. Is there any questions on this resolution? Seeing none, I'm prepared to call the resolution. All those in favor? Thank you. That carries. I also look forward to seeing everybody get their picture taken after the meeting here, Your Worship. It'll be great. All right, we're going to move on to item number 7, which is long-term care. There is a resolution here underneath 7.1 CCW 2025-59. And the resolution is that item CCW 2025-059, dated February 25th, 2025, regarding the 2024-2025 base funding for designated behavioral specialized unit at Georgian Manor Home for the aged be received. Can I get a mover and seconder on the floor, please? Mr. Anderson and Mr. Norris, is that right? Yes, thank you. And I know that GM Sinclair is available for any questions if anybody has anything they'd like to ask. Not seeing any online, Your Worship. Very good. If there's nothing, then I'll prepare to call the motion. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. And Your Worship, at this time, I can call for item number 8, which is other matters for consideration. Seeing none, I would return the chair to you, sir.
Thank you, and thank the city reps. Why don't we take a 10-minute break because there's quite a bit coming up on corporate here shortly. So if we can be back at 10:20, that would be great. Okay, we are back. We are now live, and I will turn the meeting over to Corporate Services. Chair Dolan, please.
Thank you so much, Warden. We're on item 9, which is corporate services, and we have one consent item today, which is the 2024 solid waste data summary. And I would ask if anybody wanted to pull or ask questions on that item. Seeing none, I would ask for a mover and a seconder, please, to move by Councillor McDonald and seconded by Councillor Walker, that the following consent item, having been given due consideration, be received. All those in favor? That is carried. Next, under corporate services is planning, item 10, and I'm going to invite Jim Elliott to introduce Nathan, our Director of Planning and Chief Planning, and Kristen, our Planning Program Supervisor.
Thank you, through the worship. Council might recall last year being presented by staff what was called the Housing ASAP program, which is the Attainable Supply Action Plan. So with us today is our Director of Planning, Nathan Westendorp, and our Planning Program Supervisor, Kristen Pechkowski, who are now here to speak to Council and recommend implementation strategies for the Attainable Supply Action Plan. So I'll turn it over to Nathan and to Kristen.
Good morning, Council, and thank you for having us today. Today is the start of our introduction and our overview of the implementation of the Housing ASAP project. We thought we'd give you a brief refresher. I know we're under time constraints today, but if you recall, the purpose of this project was to answer 3 questions. Question number 1 is, what is attainable? And when we talk about attainable, the focus of this project was market provided housing. It's not affordable housing. It's not anything with subsidies. Is how can we work with market deliverers, builders, developers to bring forward homes in a growing county that are more affordable to working individuals. And when we talk about that threshold of affordability, that attainable lens, it's the 80 to 120% of average income or average market. So that was the question number 1, and we looked at the county in 5 subregions to recognize the vastness of the county, but also some of the sub-regional economic drivers that may influence both house prices as well as incomes. The second question is, what do we need? So what are we missing when we look at the housing stock that's available and for sale and for rent? What do we have, but what's not being provided? And what should we be working with the development community and our local municipal partners to advocate more for and to plan more for? We're at the threshold of planning for even more growth to 2051. So how can we flavor that to make sure it's hitting the right mark? Do we have too many of one type of apartment unit and not enough of another type of apartment unit? Do we have too many of, what about that housing choice and housing options? And the third piece is, how can the county help? The county has a strong legacy and tradition in coming alongside municipal partners and stakeholders and driving that collaboration towards results. We did go through quite a comprehensive consultation process because there's a lot of elements that are involved in attainability. And this is the point in the presentation where I'd like to make a bit of a commentary on the state of housing. There's a lot of flux in the state of housing right now. Housing affordability and the housing market is influenced by many factors. You can place them in a variety of buckets. 3 major buckets are financial. One is the disparity between income and prices. The other piece is lending rates. When people need to borrow money, lending rates contribute significantly, not just to purchasers and people who need to buy things, but also to the development community. They borrow money to be able to put shovels in the ground and pipes in the ground. So that lending rate piece and that financial element has a double impact on affordability, not just the buyer, but also the developer and those that are responsible for bringing the product to market. The second piece is construction costs, labor, force costs, as well as the whole supply chain, whether or not it's wood, it's aluminum, it's steel, and then we can also have conversations about tariffs, which is top of mind for many in our economy right now. And those are some things that we just can't answer. But fortunately, this project is not focused on those pieces because those are not within the municipal realm of control. What we're looking at is the process, the planning, and the supply. When we look at Simcoe County, we have over 20,000 units that are approved in the planning process. They're either registered and ready to go in some regard, or they're draft approved with conditions that are being fulfilled. Another approximately 15,000 are under application. That was at last count. We're again going through another process of getting those up-to-date numbers, but at last count, that's a lot of units that are in the system. So in Simcoe County, we have sufficient supply. Could we use more to help make improvement in the market? Our planning processes will reveal that. Many of us, alongside you as local municipal partners, are planning for 2051 growth. And so we'll be shaping communities to be prepared even more to go along with that. But alongside that comes infrastructure, and we need to be able to deliver the infrastructure so that those homes can be built as well. But this project looks at the process. How can we help? How can we get regulatory systems that give the public confidence in the planning system? How can we make sure that they're designed to be efficient, to be robust, but not overly complicated, so that when you know you can build, you can build. It's not subject to things that perhaps a system that could be redesigned could get rid of, or perhaps the planning system needs to do more things up front. When we talk about environmental systems, maybe we should look a little more deeply and work with our partners to understand where those natural heritage lines are, where some of the constraints are, so that when it's time to build, we can actually build. But that is the planning process, but we're here to talk about how we can help, and Kristen will go through the implementation strategies that we chose for 2025 and give you an insight into the actions that we'll be working alongside not only our teams here through various departments at the county, but also your local municipal staff. And then as we go forward into future years, 2026 and 2027, we'll be coming back to County Council, either to explore additional resources that we may think that we need to be able to move forward with other initiatives, or to let you know about some great partnerships that we're already embarking on alongside our partners as well. Kristen?
Thank you, Nathan. Good morning, everybody. So we have here the housing continuum, which you guys, we all know we work with in the County of Simcoe. We're in control of all of the spectrum, from the homeless to the market home ownership. Just wanted to emphasize that the focus of the Housing Attainable Supply Action Plan is for the affordable rental housing through to the market home ownership, where it's in the red box. Ultimately, we prioritize these housing types as part of the housing action, the recommendations for the action plan in terms of the attainable rental housing, market rate rental housing, attainable ownership housing, and workforce housing. The recommendations of the action plan that we had provided to you last year focus on accelerating the delivery of attainable housing by streamlining processes, identifying opportunities for new development, and fostering community and cross-sector partnerships to address the supply gaps and enhance housing accessibility, as Nathan has mentioned. And in terms of the work that had gone into the Housing ASAP project, we had a housing needs assessment that was completed using aggregated housing data by subregion, as shown in the right-hand side of the map. There are subregions that we worked through the County of Simcoe, and that intention, the intention for the housing needs assessment was to identify these gaps and affordability thresholds for the work that we're doing at the Housing ASAP. For this project itself, you've probably heard this before, but attainable housing is defined as the market providing affordable housing for households with incomes from 80 to 120% of median household income. And this generally aligns with purchasing a home in the range of $330,000 to $450,000, or renting a home that is between $1,350 and $1,950 per month, which we all know doesn't exist or is very, very reduced. So the final Housing ASAP recommendations focus on 5 initiatives, being the Development Navigator Program, coordination, innovation, financial, and advocacy initiatives. The 2025 Housing ASAP implementation priority actions include the five following priority actions: exploring the use of the Development Navigator program to facilitate priority housing, creating a candidate sites mapping catalog, preparing a model community planning permit system, drafting a standard rental replacement bylaw, and setting the foundation for potential future financial incentive programs. This chart just provides additional information regarding the implementation initiatives that we're moving forward with in 2025. It talks about the priority actions and the details of the particular initiatives and actions that we're pursuing this year. And just wanting to not take up too much of your time, just wanting to discuss each of those 5 items. The Development Navigator program is envisioned to be a county staff level service to simplify and streamline the review and approval process for priority housing projects. The program will assist and connect nonprofit and private sector developers of attainably priced rental and ownership housing to navigate through the selection, rent funding, incentive partnerships, effective performers, and approval processes. The program includes a housing policy innovator, which is a component of stage 4, where the navigator leads and project manages the other priority innovative actions. We will begin this year by initiating that policy innovator to prepare the model community planning permit system across the county. In addition, staff will continue working with directors of planning to understand their needs and resources related to the Housing Accelerator and the Housing Connector as part of the Development Navigator program. Under the category of coordination initiatives, the county envisions creating a candidate sites catalog map of public lands for housing potential. This program will leverage attainable housing opportunities through maximizing existing public lands. The intention of the catalog is to understand, classify, prioritize, and estimate the potential of housing development on government-owned lands in the county. These public lands will be assessed for housing potential using criteria associated with key factors such as existing infrastructure, current utilization, and site size. During the 2025 year, staff will focus on creating and refining this mapped catalog for internal use only, with the potential to investigate the public lands program for these sites in the future. In terms of, as part of the innovative housing solutions in 2025, we are preparing the model community planning permit system, of which we have budget already allocated to it. A community planning permit system is a land use tool that municipalities may use to replace the traditional Planning Act applications of zoning bylaw, minor variance, and site plan control, and it's combined into one approval planning process. The tool can help to develop approval processes which are more streamlined and efficient, get housing to market quicker, support local priorities, and create certainty and transparency with the community, landowners, and developers. We're very excited to be starting this project. We know a few of our partners, local municipalities, have embarked for, well, Innisfil, and we've also reached out to other municipalities broadly to find out about their processes in this CPPS system. In terms of the policy and regulations, the county will encourage local municipalities to include strong housing policies by advocating for official plan and policy zoning bylaw policies that will positively affect housing. And also we will be preparing a standard rental replacement bylaw that could be enacted by local municipalities. A rental replacement bylaw is a solution to encourage and support local municipalities and the cities of Barrie and Orillia in efforts to maintain older buildings and avoid conversion to condominium-style ownerships. In terms of financial initiatives, the county planning department will work towards setting the foundation for future financial incentive programs to address that shortage of attainable housing. We will be doing this by requesting the province prescribe the County of Simcoe with the ability to utilize a community improvement plan to increase future flexibility of housing incentive programs, and also utilize our existing municipal capital facilities bylaw as a tool to create attainable incentive programs. So just to finish off, thank you very much for the opportunity to describe our report and also our actions going forward. We're very excited about the initiatives that we're moving forward with. We will definitely be coming to you annually to provide implementation reports and summarize the progress that we're going through. So hopefully we'll be here within probably 6 months, maybe even a year, to see where we're moving forward. So thank you very much, and we're open for questions.
Thank you very much. Questions or comments? Councillor Van Stavern.
Thank you very much for that report. Reading that report the other day, it was very interesting digging down into how you attained some of your facts. And as Nathan alluded to, when I reviewed the financial requirements, as in 30% gross income, 25-year amortization, it's sad to believe that people can't afford a house for more than $330,000 to $350,000 in our region. And we can cut that different way. As an ex-banker, I dig into it. We can bump it a bit, but it's a tough time for a lot of people. I want to compliment you on one item that I know you're not digging into the weeds yet, but I really like the idea of the delivery of the off-the-shelf buildings. And I think it's something that we as a community are looking at when we're talking with developers and everybody says, yes, we want affordable housing. Give us the tools that we can use. And that is an example for home ownership that will work very well. So keep your head down and please keep us in the loop so we can work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Snell.
Thank you, through you, Chair. If you could just elaborate a little bit more on the rental replacement bylaw that you're going to be recommending for the municipalities, please.
Yes, we've been requested as part of the recommendations in the action plan. That did come up, and we do think that it could be a quick win for us. We have examples to go by with other municipalities that have done the same thing. We see it as a template, basically, that we could provide as a bylaw to the local municipalities that would then have that opportunity to approve it at the local level. We know that Collingwood is interested in doing that, so we're hoping to partner. I have reached out to Claire on that, and hopefully there's going to be a partnership there that we can work through that, as well as helping with Barrie and Aurelia. They've also had an interest in that, knowing that they have more of those larger, taller apartment buildings that are basically under repair and end up displacing people.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Councillor Fryer.
Thank you, Chair Joel, and thank you very much for the presentation. Councillor Schnell asked a question that brought up the possible cooperation with Collingwood in regards to the replacement bylaw. I wondered if you could give a little bit of an overview in regards to the municipal capital facilities bylaw, which I think you'd be looking at doing only if you couldn't do the CIP. So can you give us a little bit of background on that? Or it would take maybe more than just a little bit. So.
I'm not sure how much detail I can provide on that one, but yes, you're right. We would be looking at the municipal capital facilities bylaw if the CIP was not prescribed for us. We do believe as a department that the CIP, the community improvement plan, is the way to go in terms of an incentive housing program. So it would be a secondary opportunity if, in fact, we can't get the CIP prescribed to us. We do know that the social housing has recently updated the municipal capital facilities bylaw to include a definition, I believe, of 80 to 120% of median income. So with that, I believe we wouldn't have to do anything different necessarily with the bylaw itself that is already enacted by the County of Simcoe. I just don't know too much in terms of the weeds how we would move forward with that. Of course, we would have to have some allocated dollars around the funding that could be available through that program. So that would be something we would come to you for. And otherwise, I believe it is something that could be moved quickly, but we have also, through our process, tried to not focus on the financial initiatives, knowing that that's additional funds that are required, but more of the coordination initiatives that we can help without extra funding. Provide that for now.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
That was a great response, Kristen. Just to A couple of the key elements of both the CIP and the Municipal Capital Facilities Bylaw are they both relate to leverage. And commonly in the planning system, there's aspirational policies and visions and objectives in various planning documents that say we're striving towards affordability. We've all heard about commentary about, we're striving towards 10% of these units in subdivisions should be affordable, or 30%, or whatever the number is. I know many municipalities have those aspirational goals, and they're great. How do you do it? And so that is what the CIP could offer through agreements that are tied to the CIP and the funding that gives us the ability to require certain things out of those partnerships and out of those grant opportunities, as well as the Municipal Capital Facilities Bylaw approach would also provide some of that leverage to be able to deal with some of those affordability details so that you have that continuing affordability rather than granting something and then not getting what the municipality wanted out of it. So it's that healthy tension in the system between providing a launch pad and working with a partner, but also ensuring that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed to be able to get something out of it. So it's that leverage point, if that helps.
Thank you. I think I saw Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I am so happy to see this initiative moving forward for our community. Collingwood, we started engaging, as I'm sure you know, in this affordable, as we call it, I know you're calling it attainable, but housing initiative a number of years ago. And so we've done our housing needs study and an update, in fact. So my first question, because I have a few, is we've targeted for the housing we think we need at our end of the county, people earning roughly between $40,000 and $80,000 a year. And it's for people who we feel we want, who work in Collingwood, to have housing. And I noticed the county has skewed it higher, so that you're targeting between 80% and 120%. And I'm just wondering why you've gone higher. Yeah. Or, because above, like 120% is above the median household income. So I'm just curious. Yeah.
So the simple answer to that is to afford flexibility in the range of housing offerings, because when we set out this, we had to pick the number, the range, and we didn't know what the prices were because we hadn't done the work. Also, we have to account for sub-regional variability and income ranges and economic differences. So we thought, and there probably is some cases where 120% of your average, they're still perhaps struggling to pay that mortgage. And we wanted not to discount those people in those averages. And we wanted to provide ourselves with the flexibility when we at the outset, because like I said, we didn't know what the offerings were. We didn't know what the housing supply was. We didn't know where the numbers would land. So that's why we picked that. We had to take some of that core, 20% below and 20% above.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, one thing we struggled with, and I'm just sort of sharing, is it seemed a lot of maybe all of the money available from the federal government for housing was going to nonprofits and charities and housing providers. And we didn't have any, and those we reached out to in other communities seemed to be hyper-local. They didn't want to move out of wherever they were operating. So we ended up making $25,000 available and did an RFP process and ended up seeding two winning candidates who are working together to develop a nonprofit charitable housing corporation so they can build. It won't be funded by the municipality as I'm seeing it. But anyway, it's just an entity that can take advantage of the other levels of government funding. Have you thought about doing this on a countywide basis, or do you have any thoughts to share?
That concept has been discussed internally. It's certainly something that has a tradition in some of the neighboring municipalities, especially in South Georgian Bay. I know Town of Blue Mountains had a history of that in the past. I've probably the deepest familiarity with that. We weren't prepared because of that is an organizational shift, and that would be creating an entire entity. We are choosing our initial implementation at the low-hanging fruit. Perhaps Mina can speak to that as well, but we also thought we were already in the house building game with social housing, the Social Housing Corporation, and we thought there's other tools and initiatives and approaches, not to discount that one, that might be better worth our while at this point in time until we get a little more momentum behind us.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask one more question?
Yes, certainly, but I think GM Fayez Baguette wanted to just respond
thank you.
to your last question.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. To Nathan's point, what we're trying to do is align both plans, like our 10-year affordable housing and homelessness prevention strategy, to this plan. And the notion here is that while nonprofits play a core part, historically, what happened about 30 and 40 years ago is that they were grossly underfunded in their first federal and provincial set of funding, which then resulted in the service manager kind of absorbing that responsibility. So this 10-year strategy, while we name them as partners and ways we can do public nonprofit collaborations, maybe land for development opportunities, but taking an attainable housing strategy and putting it on the shoulders of just the nonprofit sector, even if you're newly incorporated nonprofits, is probably something that operationally over time might be, might struggle to be viable over time from what we know from the previous. So if something like that's being undertaken, I would suspect that it would have to be, you'd have to prove the business case over time. But I think that's what if you recall our master plan, we introduced opportunities with nonprofits that are land rich and see how we can work with them to create more affordable housing, but within the guise that the county still is responsible for the development. And then that way it comes in on time and on budget and, and is still operationally viable over time. So.
Thank you, Mina. Go ahead, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. My last question is just one of the first points you made had to do with assisting with the navigating of the process. I know in our community we set up, Claire, as you mentioned, we have one person on this file, and part of her job is to take people through the system who come in the door and want to do, in particular, accessory residential units. But where do you see your person or the process facilitating traveling through the process? Is it the county process or helping the local municipalities do it, or what's behind that? Thank you.
So the beauty of the Development Navigator, and we're really excited about that, is it actually has the three components. One, you've got the innovator, which we can do, and it's part of our heritage already, and so we will continue to do that through the CPPS. The feedback that we got to, I think what you're referring to is that expediter. How can we have a person to help things move through the system more clearly and more quickly? Because the local development approvals are happening more and more at the local level and less at the county level. We're getting more into the macro, and the community-driven decisions are where they should be, which is at the community level. We are going to be engaging with the local directors. How do we do that? And is that something they'd like us to do? And what we've heard is mixed reaction, to be perfectly honest. Some municipalities say, that seems kind of complicated, and other municipalities have responded to say, we'd really like to talk about how that could work. And there's appetite, but we need to your point, we need to figure out the details of how can we come alongside without creating another person to circulate. And that person almost needs to be embedded or deeply involved. And how we've talked about things internally is it would start with a pilot program. So we could really understand the business processes of a individual municipality and really come alongside their initiatives and identify where and how we can help.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I had two, actually. The first one being, in my mind, the biggest barrier to attainable or any housing, to be honest, is servicing. And with in the county system with no responsibility for water, wastewater, whereas in the regions, it's the upper tier that does the treatment of water and wastewater and the lower tier that does the distribution. So how can you see that working on something like this? Because, you know, attainable requires density, density requires full servicing.
You're completely right. Housing and planning for housing. I said this yesterday, a plan for housing without pipes in the ground is just a dream until the pipes are delivered. How can the county help? We are ready and remain ready to help our local municipalities in doing that advanced planning, because the best thing any one of us and any municipality in Ontario can do is to, alongside their growth planning, be doing detailed and integrated infrastructure planning. And I know many of you are doing that, which is great. If there are struggles, and I can't commit the county, and I'm probably speaking beyond myself, but from a planning perspective, that integration is key, because the most unfortunate thing that we could do, or one of the most unfortunate things we can do, is draw lines on a map in an official plan, but not know how to service it, to your point. So we are ready and available to help in that regard, and happy to have conversations about how to do that. Because you're right, infrastructure is now, it used to be planning follows the highways, now planning follows the pipes.
Thank you for that. And one other maybe little bit uncomfortable question is, whatever government forms the next provincial government, if they are following the same route of taking the responsibilities of planning from upper tier governments, how does this still happen? Is this still something that we can move forward with?
Absolutely. If anything, we would have more ability to come alongside. At the end of the day, the growth is still happening. So the county will still need to respond to all the development applications and how they affect county interests, whether or not it's transit, county roads, forestry, paramedics, you name any number of our services, we do, and we will continue to respond in that regard. So that function won't go away. From our approval authority perspective, we see taking any resources that used to be dedicated to those and coming alongside our local municipal partners to help them.
Thank you so much. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, could I please have a mover and a seconder for the recommendation, please? Moved by Councillor Hamlin, seconded by Deputy Warden Coghlan, that item CCW 2025-052, dated February the 25th, 2025, regarding the implementation plan for the Housing Attainable Supply Action Plan, Housing ASAP, be received, and that the implementation plan for the Housing ASAP, as identified on Schedule 1 to item CCW 2025-052, be endorsed. All those in favor of the recommendation? Are there any contrary? Seeing none, that is carried. Next, we'll move on to, thank you so much for the presentation. Next, we'll move on to Corporate Services Solid Waste Management, and I would ask GM Elliott to introduce our presenters.
Thank you, through the chair. Council may recall last year having a discussion with staff about organics diversions and strategies to augment that program and achieve better diversion rates. We had seen a stall in the diversion rates through our green bin program, despite our great efforts. We had contemplated using a policy approach to that, but staff were directed to go back and look at more of a PR campaign to get people and encourage residents to use the green bin more widely than they have been using. Staff have done that, and we're here today to present that, the findings to you and recommend some next steps. So with us today is our Director of Solid Waste, Rob McCullough, and Laura Barrett, who will walk you through the findings and next steps.
Good morning, Council. So as Rob said, we're here to present to you the waste audit results that we did in 2024, as well as where we are at with organics capture. So why do we keep coming to you with organics capture? It really is an environmental benefit. There are a lot of negative impacts with respect to putting your organics into your garbage cart. One, it takes up valuable landfill space. As you are well aware, our landfills are closing. We closed Collingwood last year. We're closing Ottawasaga this year. In 2027, we'll be closing Oro. When organics goes into a landfill, it produces methane. This is because there's no oxygen in a landfill, there's no light in a landfill, there's no beneficial microbes in a landfill. That produces methane, which is 25 to 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide. So it's a very significant amount of greenhouse gases that comes from when organics is put into a landfill. As well, there's impacts to landfill leachate. As the water hits the landfill, creates leachate. We have to manage that leachate at the other end. On the other side, the organics that goes to an organics processing facility is very beneficial. It creates compost or another type of soil amendment for farms and for gardens. And this does it in the presence of oxygen, beneficial microbes, and light. And so it does not produce the same level of greenhouse gases as disposing of organics in your garbage cart. One of the things we like to highlight is that in 2023, the CCAP, Corporate Climate Action Plan, was approved by this council. And we hear that you are committed to environmental programs. And we believe that organics capture is one of those programs that contributes beneficially to the environment. So what we would like to present throughout this presentation is what have we found in 2024? So in 2024, we did come to council in May with a policy to increase organics capture. At that time, council said we'd like us to focus more on promotion and education. So we had already planned in 2024 to focus efforts on organics. However, we increased that. We increased more promotion and the results of that, as we'll show you, has actually not increased our organics capture. So our current organics capture rate is around 54%. In the CCAP, it actually does recommend that council consider trying to increase organics capture to 95% by 2050. So we have a ways to go. It is a long time, but we still have a ways to go. So what did we do? Promotion education. Over the years, we've used these lovely characters we like to call Max and Gus. They're our raccoon characters. They've had the same voice the whole time, and we've updated them over the years. We had real raccoons at one point. We had cartoon raccoons, and we've updated them this year to be puppets. And we've focused efforts on, so we've done video and radio ads. We did 14 unique video ads, and that, and 6 unique radio ads. That includes ads that say, hey, there's organics in the garbage and it shouldn't belong here, and some ads that say the reason why organics shouldn't belong here, and then other ads that say, hey, did you know that Kleenex belongs in your organics cart, or bones belong in your organics cart, or other paper products belong in your organics cart, because we know some people just aren't aware. And so we wanted to make sure that we promote that. So this is one of the examples.
Is it just me, or do the green cart and garbage cart look the same? Which is which?
It only seems confusing because people are putting things in the garbage that belong in the green cart. Things like tissues, paper coffee cups, paper fast food packaging, even pet waste.
Oh, maybe that's it.
Well, it's either that or the fact that you're colorblind, Max. Hard to say.
Colorblind? That is hard to say.
Do your part. Use your green cart. For more information, visit simcoe.ca/waste or download the Simcoe County Collects app. Does not apply to Marion or Ilion.
So we used that slogan, do your part, use your green cart. We, made it fun and lighthearted. Our marketing and creative services teams, we work well with them and help to create all of these different ads. And to me, when I look at it, I think we had quite extensive results. We did radio station ads, so almost 2,000 radio station ads. Social media, Facebook, Twitter, all of those ones. We had almost 8 million impressions. So what that means, impressions means the number of times it was viewed. They also measure the reach, which is the number of users that would also see it. And it was about, every user would see it about 7 times. We had billboards in about 11 locations. There's about 5 million impressions, so how many times somebody views those billboards. We did digital TV ads. About 245,000 digital ads were out there. We always have our website that had a bit more of a hit on the organics page. And we really encourage users to use the app as much as possible. We're able to do campaigns that way. We're able to advertise if there's service alerts, such as weather events, as we've seen in the past little while. And it's just a really good way for residents to be up to date on that. So we actually have about 116,000 users that have downloaded the app. In 2025, so if everyone sees on desk and anyone that's online, these are available to council. There's this book called The Apple Core. We've worked with Susan Antler, who's the Executive Director of the Compost Council of Canada. She's also a county resident, lives in the township of Essa, and she had shown us this book, and we thought, wow, this says exactly what we want to say to residents. It's goes through why don't we want to put it into the organics into the landfill. It says you have a choice. So the middle, you have a choice 1 or choice 2. You can choose to put your organics in the landfill, or you could choose to send it away to produce compost. And we find that they've directed it more to be legible by everyone, but we're actually using this in workshops for our school-aged children. So we are distributing this book to the over 30 public libraries within the county of Simcoe. We're also distributing this book to over 100 schools within the county of Simcoe, elementary schools. And we've produced these workshops, and we have workshops booked throughout the county at schools and libraries this spring that we will be doing a specific workshop with respect to promoting the organics. So this is an education focus for this year. So this leads us to say, what happened with that promotion education? Did it move the mark? And how do we know that? The way we find out is actually to do waste audits. This year we decided to do internal waste audits, meaning our staff did them. We collected 4 times per year, so winter, spring, summer, fall. We collected 100 households at a time, 2-week periods to capture both the garbage week and the organics week. And we literally physically open a bag and sort every single item into 48 different categories. So 48 categories under recycling, organics, and garbage. So as you can see, it is time consuming, but it really helps us see what happens. And as you can see, I'm actually opening up some bags here, and we have, all kinds of different products in there, organics and recycling. What we did do is actually have some bags. So for instance, this particular bag, and you can tell this was not staged. I opened a brand new bag. This was from a resident that does not use their organics cart. So we separated out bags from residents that use it and residents that don't. You can see a lot of paper, Kleenex in there, banana peels. There was some spaghetti in the last one. There's even some recycling in there. So we open those bags so that we can really analyze what goes in. And the results of that, Rob's going to continue with, but yeah, we're looking to make some changes. So.
Thanks, Laura, and good morning, Council. I get the fun job of going through the stats, and I mean that because I actually really do love stats, and I apologize in advance if that's not your jam. That is mine. The picture of the cart and the way we've sorted is based on just the garbage. Now, as Laura described, we sorted everyone's garbage, recycling, and organics, and that information is available in the schedule to this report. But what's most interesting, perhaps, to us is what's in the garbage, because that's what we've missed. So what we've got here is And this differs from the previous audits we've reported in council. As Laura went over, we did this with our own staff this year, which gives us a little more flexibility than the standard system that was been done in the province. For instance, most of that other divertible items, 19.2%, would have been considered garbage because in most areas that don't have extended diversion programs at their facilities, that material would be garbage. But when you have electronics, when you have scrap metal, when you have textiles, we can actually divert that at our site. So we've kept that quite a bit separate and made sure that we looked at and captured that. So when you look at what actually is in the garbage that we don't have a program to divert, that's that black section. It's only 24% of the tonnage of what's in the garbage right now. The overwhelming largest item that's in the garbage is the organics, and that's what we want to do a better job diverting. You can see there's 46% of what's in the garbage is actually organics. Almost double the amount of garbage that's in the garbage is organics, and that's something that we can do a better job on as we go forward in the future. I don't want to say that or give the impression that Simcoe County residents are doing a bad job at this. When I have talked to people in my position in different meetings like RIPCO, they're amazed that we're doing this well. So we're maybe leading the charge and want to push beyond the charge because we feel that I feel that organics are far more important to divert than recycling. We're doing a great job of recycling, but we can do a better job of garbage or of organics in the garbage. So what we have seen is that non-participating households that don't put out garbage, on any given week, we've looked at the numbers, and about a third of households don't have organics out. But some of them will put it out every other week. They're waiting till their cart's fuller, which is completely acceptable, especially in the colder times of the year. We recommend you do it every week in the spring, summer, and early fall. Other times of the year, that's up to the resident. You know, it can sit in the garage a little bit longer. However, 24% of residents never put out an organics bin at all. So we kept those locations, and we looked at their, from the 200 households we did every week, we looked at their results over a 4-week period. If they never put out organics in the previous 4-week period, we kept their garbage separately. And so we did a separate audit. So 24% were done after, and those are the bags that you saw Laura opening up in that video. And the remainder were the ones that were participating, at least to some degree. And what we found when we look at those separately, the items that you see up there in front of you are based on everyone, both the 24% and the balance that do it. But when we look at them separately, we find that 58% of the garbage of residents who don't participate, 58% is organics in their garbage, not 46. 40%, for those people that do participate to some degree, only 40% of their garbage is made up of organics. Everyone can do a better job, is what that's coming to. But those that aren't participating, especially those, can do a better job. In fact, those residents that don't use the organics cart produce 75% more garbage when measured by weight than those that do participate. Okay, turning over to breakdown of what's in the garbage that we actually looked at. The report that was earlier placed on the agenda mentioned this as well. The growth rate in the county is not proportional to the growth rate in the garbage. So essentially about the population that the number of units we provide service to went up 1.3%. So everything being even, we would have expected a 1.3% increase in garbage, recycling, and organics, each one of them. We didn't see that. Last year, we saw a 2.1% increase in garbage. So garbage was increasing over and above the growth rate. Recycling was up 0.9%, but most importantly, organics was only up 0.5%. I'm glad it went up, but it didn't keep up to the growth in units. So we're actually losing, despite all the work that Laura and her team and communications have done in trying to reach out on this, we're actually losing a little bit of ground. As households generate more waste, therefore less is being generated to organics or directed to organics, despite the presence of more organics in the waste stream. Okay, we'll never be able to do this, but this chart is meant to show what's happening right now in the blue, and if everyone sorted perfect, we're never going to get there, but if everyone sorted perfectly, the orange is what we would have expected, okay? We're sending right now from curbside garbage about 43,000 tons of garbage to the landfill. We could have done 12,000. Right? That's if everyone did a perfect job of sorting, we could have done 12,000. Recycling, this is an interesting one. If we actually did a perfect job of sorting into recycling, our tonnage would actually go down. That's because about 19% of what's currently in the recycling stream shouldn't be there. It's either organics or garbage. So there's a contamination rate in the recycling. If we remove that and put all the rest that's actually currently in the garbage and the organics, the actual total tonnage would go down slightly. But the biggest move, as you can see, is the organics would be going from 25,000 tons a year to about 47,000 tons a year. That would be a major change. And if all those other divertibles, which we do have programs for at our landfills, weren't thrown out in the curbside garbage, we'd be having about 10,000 more tons diverted through our landfill sites. There's actual significant cost impacts to this as well. If everyone did this, now there's still costs for organics, but it's less so than there is garbage. So the big change around for us would have been about $250,000 benefit to the county a year if everyone did this perfect sorting operation, which we'll never get to, but it's aspirational. That relates, just that amount of organics that's being missed right now that's going into the garbage relates to 549 walking floor tractor trailer loads of organics that is actually going to garbage rather than going to organics processing per year. That's 2.5 truckloads per collection day in Simcoe County. So what we want to do is propose to you, and we'll come back for this before any major money is spent, what we're expecting to do is a pilot program. Right? We want to target promotion and education just to those, to begin with, just to those that aren't participating in the project at all. To do that, we need the exact address. And to do that in a cost-effective way, we have to employ technology. So we're talking about, in this report, getting council's consent to procure that technology on a pilot basis, to be able to assess organics participation at the household level. And then we can actually physically go out and talk to these households, provide them education material, and be able to have that direct contact with those that aren't participating at all. So we know that that's going to be quite expensive. So we want to come back to council, probably we're thinking in May or so. We're going to run the pilot, we're not going to run the pilot program until we come back to you. We want to run a request for proposal process, a purchasing process that identifies what the technology would be, how much it would be to run as a pilot, and how much if we actually generated it to use in the whole county of Simcoe, how much that would be. So that council, before we start that pilot, would know whether or not they want to go forward with that. So that's what this report is hoping to do, is to divert more organics through a pilot program, looking at direct work with our residents that aren't participating, and the recommendations that are there are meant to do that. And I'm happy to take questions. Madam Chair?
Thank you so much, Laura and Rob. Questions or comments? I'll start making my list. I knew it was going to be. I'll start with Councillor Miskimans, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Rob, what have we done to engage that 24% who are never using the green bins? So you mentioned you had gone, you checked them for 4 weeks, you pulled their garbage. Have we asked them why they're choosing not to participate?
Yes, we're doing that now. Laura could maybe speak more directly. We've gone just so not to every resident, but those that we checked for the process of the waste audits. We have a better idea where they are, how many they are, and Laura can speak more directly to that.
Thanks, Laura.
So after we got all of the results at the end of 2024, we've decided to go back to those specific residents that we identified that did not participate in the organics and actually do a bit of a survey with them. So we have our bylaw officers currently going out, visiting those houses, hoping to knock on some doors and say, what are your barriers? What things prevent you from using it? Or are you using a backyard composter, and are you using your backyard composter and your green cart? What's still left in your green cart? They actually try and go out on waste collection day, because sometimes people's habits, we did this over the last year, sometimes people's habits change, and so maybe they are, all of a sudden are using their green cart. Those are the types of things that we identify, and we will, the plan is to bring those results back to council as well in May when we have more full those results.
Great. One further question, Chair, if I may. What is the cross-contamination that's happening in recycling? Has any categorization happened? I'm thinking, if users are unfamiliar as to what goes into the blue box, because there's always changes that are happening as we get more advanced technology and what we're able to process and stuff. Have we done anything is it chip bags that are ending up in it that shouldn't maybe not be there, or plastic bag? Is there any type of category that we can maybe do some advanced marketing on in order to educate the public a little bit better?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I will speak briefly on it, and I'll turn it over to Laura. I think she's got more to say on it. But I would note and remind Council that we're only in charge of recycling until the end of this year, right? And we're still going to be very much interested in what happens, but we didn't want to spend a significant amount of county money on what's going on in that program. What we're afraid is that when recycling is taken away from us and it continues to be done for residents, remember, IC&I are not going to be serviced. We're afraid that amount of recycling that we currently collect is going to end up in the garbage stream, which we currently manage. So we're concerned about that. So that's why we really included recycling in this one. And in fact, that's why we did the waste audit right now before that's turned over, so we know what's going to happen going forward. We're not prepared, nor should we probably be doing any major promotion and education for the recycling. That's going to be the provincial group that's doing it, Circular Materials Ontario and a couple of other pros. That's going to be their responsibility to advertise and do that. What we're seeing is that we're seeing our contamination rate going up in our recycling. They're going to be concerned about that, and they're going to be doing that. There is technology available for that can do individual stuff, and believe that might actually be part of it. When a recycling cart is dumped, there'll be a video on it. AI will determine what's the right thing that's in it and would be able to send personalized postcards back to people. That may well be coming. That's certainly being done in other areas, and the group that's going to be looking after that has said that that's something that's on their mind.
That's great. Thanks, Rob. I'm just wondering if there's a potential to maybe share that information with Circular Materials Ontario before we get to that point. Again, if we're thinking about our model for the greater good.
Yeah. Circular Materials will be doing their own audits and will have their own levels of contamination that they'll look at. But as the results with respect to the waste audit, when you're going through, it's two things. It's one, it's wish cycling. It's the frying pan that we find in the recycling cart, those types of items. Two, it's actually food waste. So it's the half jar of mayonnaise, the half jar of soup, or those type of things that people just, they don't want to take the time to empty it out and separate those two material types. They choose, and we found the same thing even in the organics. There were some packaged materials, although more so in the recycling with respect to or full packages of stuff.
Thank you, Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. Actually, just touched on one of my two questions. And what do it's when you clean your fridge out, you've got that takeout thing that has stuff in it you don't want to eat anymore. If you aren't making that conscious decision to empty that stuff out into the green bin and then the recycling container into the recycle, I'm assuming that just becomes garbage at that point when it arrives at the recycling depot. Nobody's taking it apart and sorting it. So good point. And that's going to be really hard to change people's behaviors. I think of my own when it's clean out the fridge Saturdays. I'm kind of guilty of making that decision a few times with a yogurt tub or something. Anyway, what intrigued me is that this pilot and ultimately, if it moves ahead, is going to require us to procure cameras and probably modems and all the technology for the stuff we're going to be putting on or causing to be put on equipment that isn't ours, right? The rolling stock isn't ours. It belongs to the contractors. And it's going to incur wear and tear. And, at the end, if we change contractors, do we get the stuff back? Do we have to then pay to have it uninstalled? Or is it kind of like a gift? And, I'm just, because we're putting this rather technical addition on, it's going to need a lot of care and maintenance, cleaning the little screens and the cameras are going to get banged and scratched. And it's going on to equipment that isn't ours. How are we contemplating on managing those costs as we move forward?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's essentially what the RFP is going to determine for us. Those are very good points that we've certainly been thinking about ahead of time. By the time we're able to get this installed, it's at least halfway through our collection contract with Miller. Is that the right time to actually do that? What are the costs of that? What are the sunk costs and the lost costs at the end of it? We will be working that all out. Certainly, Miller's a very important partner to us. We've already worked through this option with them. They said they'd be willing to host that on their equipment. Once we find out what that exact equipment is, we got to go back to Miller and say, what's the cost of this? They already have modems, essentially, if you want to put it that way, on each truck, because we have the live video capture of what's going on and the recorded video of what's going on that's downloaded either while the truck's on the route or the end of every day. So we have that, and that's a great advantage for our customer service group to ensure that the work's being done as appropriate, that people did have the material out for collection when they call in and complain, that we can look and see what actually happened. That same type of information back and forth between the trucks could be utilized for the type of technology we're expecting to deploy. Obviously, once that we picked a supplier for that, we've got to go back to Miller, work that out, find out what the increased technology cost may be with that data transfer, what the cost to their equipment may be for installing that. That'll all be worked out. That's why we can't come back to you next week if you give us the go ahead. We're saying we're putting down the road a little way in May to be able to determine all those cost impacts to fully report to you.
Thanks. So just in summary, I support this initiative. I mean, we make data-driven decisions all the time, and we're all about metrics and data. So this is interesting. It won't be inexpensive, but neither is running out of landfill space and shipping everything elsewhere. So I see it as part of the solution, even though it feels moderately invasive. I know that we've felt that way in the past, but at some point, the garbage has got to go somewhere. So
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cabral.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I think when I think back to the original time when it came up about denying folks garbage pickup if they didn't put out their organics bin, my concern at that point in time was folks that I know are fairly religious composters, and a lot of our rural customers would be dragging an empty organics cart out to the edge of the driveway. But I do support this, and the reason I support this is I think it's definitely offset by the savings we would accomplish and achieve in diverting the organics. It also, I think, is going to provide an opportunity for us to do what, lack of a better term, targeted enforcement. Let's get on the people who aren't doing it. Maybe there could even be a bylaw down the road that, after 4 weeks, because I wasn't aware, as you've said, Mr. McCullough, with respect to folks not putting out the organics bin every week. Religiously, we do at our house, whether there's one bag of organics or two, but I certainly could see in the wintertime some folks saying, well, I'm only going to put it up when my organics bin is full. Really depends on how many people live in that household. But I think, and from what I read in the report, what the part of the issue is that the location or the GPS tracking now is not robust enough and accurate enough to provide the definitive location where these, let's call them offenses, are taking place. But certainly, I could see that this data would really provide this council opportunity to, down the road, perhaps develop a bylaw, perhaps develop a means to deal with the folks that are actually contributing to the problem, rather than denying people picking up their trash because the organics bin isn't out there. So I really like that aspect of it. And I think we have to just be mindful that if we were to just simply deny folks picking up their garbage because they didn't put the organics bin out, you have to put it out every week. So every single week someone puts out that empty organics bin, they're going to be a little bit ticked off once again at having to do it, depending on why they're doing it. So I really do like the idea of the data collection. And I think at the end of the day, from what I understand, is we pay for the refuse and garbage by tonnage. So when you look at it in the long term, I think it's a great opportunity to get people on board and reduce our costs.
Mr. McCullough?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Very good comments. Thank you for them. A couple things I would like to clarify, and one of them was on the previous report. I don't remember the number exactly off the top of my head, but I believe it was around 50% of the organics generated that in the average home should not be going into backyard composter, right? Remember, we've got meat and bones, oils and greases, that type of thing that we want in our green bin, but should not be done in a backyard composter. The other point you bring up, which was going to be requiring people to put out an organic bin every week, that's not quite accurate. We only put it out on the garbage week. So on the recycling week, the proposal before was that's fine. It's just if you were putting it out organic. So that would require that they put out at least every other week to get collection. Just wanted to clarify that.
Follow on, please. And in respect of that, Director McCullough, I agree with you 100%. I guess in my mind, when I'm thinking about someone who's really doing the composting the way they should be doing it, I would envision that they would be educated enough, hopefully, that they would know what would go into their compost and what they should still be putting out in the organics. But regardless of that, the education piece is very important, and I agree with you on that too. Thank you.
Yeah. And through you again, Madam Chair, thank you. That's some of the information we're getting from our bylaw officer visits to that smaller sample group. What we're finding for the most part, they may have a backyard composter. We're not seeing any footprints in the snow to get to it. Okay.
Thank you for that. Councillor Michael Smith, you had your hand up and down. Was it asked and answered?
Thank you. Through the chair, if I could, I think it's connection issues. It's connecting and disconnecting on me. Through you to Mr. McCullough, I'm just curious if the data, I really like the idea of this. I'm just wondering if it can be broken down by municipality. So possibly there's targeted things we could do within our municipalities if there is differences across the county for diversion rates on specific things. In the report, it was very generalized across the county, but I just wonder, will this provide us more data that's specific to each of our municipalities so we can do things on our own website? Sometimes people will, even though, it's under the county's for the waste, some people check our municipal websites more than they would check the county one. So I'm just wondering if there's things we could do that way.
Through Madam Chair, yes, that would be possible. That's not something that we really looked at. We were actually going to be looking at potentially going even smaller than that, like smaller communities. We'd be able to do things like, okay, here's what happened in Elmville this week, and have them compete against Coldwater the next week, or something like that, like a community versus community, to try and increase that. I would say for the pilot project, They wouldn't necessarily, we definitely wouldn't be able to do it on a municipality basis. On a municipality basis, it would have to be when we are doing all trucks. Because when you do it on a pilot program, you're only installing on, we're talking about 3 or 4 trucks. And it's whatever route that truck does. And very often they go over municipal boundaries. So potentially when and if it was implemented full scale, we could, geotab that area or circle that area and determine what that was, possibly. That's where we're thinking of doing it, but on a community basis, we could do it as a municipal competition potentially, though.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Snell, but Councillor McDonald and Bell, you can put your cards down. I have you on the list. Councillor Snell?
Sorry, my apologies, Chair. Thank you very much. Just a couple of points. I support the research and looking into the different technology to be able to track more accurate data. But I'm also a huge proponent with disseminating information both through the 16 municipalities and also to the relationships that we have with our school boards. I saw in the report that you were mentioning reaching out to the Simcoe County District School Board, but I hope that we would include the Catholic director as well, and to have a really meat and potatoes kind of conversation in terms of not just, oh, this is our messaging and we'd love you to help be a partner, but what is the true execution of that? You know, is it that there will be an element of grade 7 math class that is measuring bins, or do we embrace the green teams that are in every school and have really dynamic campaigns? Do we do a sticker of environmental avengers, you know, where empower the youth to change the patterns of the homes? The other piece that came to mind was in mentioning in regards to all the new immigrants that are coming into the community. Are we engaging those third-party organizations that have direct communication with them to ensure that they understand our disposal practices and whatnot, and to get information? And as well as real estate agents. Real estate agents are connecting with new residents every day. So really to also look at that education piece along with the technology. Just some thoughts. Thank you.
Mr. McCullough?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn most of that over to Laura. I will say that we do work with, is it 4 or 5 school boards now? 4 school boards. So Laura, maybe you could speak more knowledgeably on the rest.
So yes, we do work with the 4 school boards, both the Catholic and the public, and then the French Catholic and the French public school boards. We have, as I said in the presentation, we have distributed the book to all of those libraries. We do work with the green teams. We actually created a T-shirt just recently that says, "I do my part" on the front, and then "do you" on the back. So we do have specific promotion and education we do specific to the green teams and encourage that. The public school board has an environmental staff member that we work closely with, very closely with. She often comes to a lot of our presentations. And we are encouraging through that book. We had a front page that said, please sign up for workshops. So we have these workshops available where we can go directly into schools. The workshop is geared towards grade 3. We can't, unfortunately, change curriculum. However, we have created this workshop to support curriculum. So we've actually looked at the curriculum and picked the grade 3 age just because it is a really good age, but they have a link with respect to soils and the environment. And the creation of compost obviously is good for soils and the environment. So we've tried to make that link there by looking at that curriculum and saying, hey, this is directly related to what you will be teaching the children. So we have done all that.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Hamlin and Councillor Burkett. I have you on my list.
Thank you. I have to say that on one level, I see the advantages of using technology to see what's in our garbage. But I have to say I take a slightly different perspective. I can obviously see that going the education route and encouraging people to use compost has not been successful. So then we're sort of left with two options as far as I can see. We provide we embarrass and punish people, or we provide incentives. And I can, we seem to be heading down the embarrass and punish route. I don't think this is going to sit very well with our residents. I think in part because what people put in garbage, I believe they think it's fairly private. And what people think is private, it depends on the individual. For some people, it's the label on their prescription bottle. For other people, it might be they're using disposable diapers and all their friends are using cloth diapers and they don't want anybody to know. For somebody else, it's the size of their pants. I mean, it's I'm just saying garbage, I think, is something that people don't want anyone looking at, measuring and telling them, what's in there and punishing them if it's not the right stuff. And I heard the comment that hooray, soon we're going to be, able to have bylaw enforcement officers out there doing the policing of garbage. And I just say I can just feel the wrath of the community when we get to that stage. And if I'm wrong on that, I'd like to hear. But what I'd like to suggest is the incentive route. And I know, I've been a composter for decades, first in the city of Toronto, and then once we moved up here. And right now, we're not composters because last summer we moved into a townhouse condominium, and there's no composting there. And I can tell you, my life is much easier. I'm not dealing with the messy stuff of garbage, right? And I think that's probably what people who are not composting, if I had to put it down to basics, it takes extra time and it's a bit messy. So when I look at incentives, I just took another look at what does the city of Toronto do, and they do the incentive route. And that is, you can put out as much compost as you want. You can put out as much recycle as you want. We're not going to charge you a penny. But if you're putting out garbage, we're charging you. And they have 4 sizes of bins: small, medium, large, extra large. And the price per year ranges from around $300 to around $600 at the top end. So there's a real financial incentive for an individual, couple, or family to take the smallest bin, save hundreds of dollars a year, and get everything they can into composting and recycling. And I saw that worked in the neighborhood I lived in when I was in the city of Toronto. So I'm just hoping, has staff looked at that at all? And what I would see on the county tax bill would be a reduction in the amount of our county tax bill for garbage overall, but individuals would be getting, more depending on the incentives that they want to embrace for garbage pickup. So anyway, that's what's on my mind this morning. I'd love to hear what you think. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Director?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, and I apologize in advance if I miss any of the points, and please remind me. But a couple of things. We're not directly in charge of taxation to each of the member municipalities. We've looked at that sort of structure before. Could we have a waste levy that was the same amount no matter where we picked it up? That would be more fair. The cost that would add to our finance department was considered at the time to be too great to go into. But that is a decision this council made. Only then, if we had that, could we have a variable rate system based on the size of cart. I'm not going to denigrate another municipality's work on it. They've got a numerous different issues going on in Toronto, and they do a great job trying to attack them. And I really like their variable rate system for the garbage bins because it is an incentive to divert more materials. But I don't want at the same time to have the contamination rate in the recycling go to over 50%, as we see down there. The organics, I think we're already on a per unit basis already generating more organics than they do in Toronto. Part of that might be the difficulty they have because most of their units are multifamily, and it's more difficult to set up an organics program for multifamily when you lose what we call the ownership of waste as opposed to single family. So we have some advantages here that they don't for that. I'd like to hear council's ideas so we could do more investigation on what you would believe an incentive program would look like for us that doesn't have the direct taxation issue, which we have not addressed, or give us the freedom to explore that. What we're coming to you as staff is we've heard from council and councils past that increasing diversion is a very laudable goal that we need to work towards. What we're saying to you is we think we can do a little bit better in recycling. That's out of our hands anymore. We basically blow most other municipalities away by the amount we divert at our landfill sites. Right now at our landfill sites, you would see at the previous one, 75, taking curbside stuff out, just what comes to our sites from our residents and our commercial, over 75% of it doesn't go to garbage. It's actually diverted and through one of our many programs that we have there. What we've got left is organics. Organics are very nasty if they go into a landfill. We think for the environment that's where we need to focus going forward. If that's not what council, if staff's misaligned with council, let us know. We've been instructed and we're taking that as our responsibility, that council wants to divert more materials. If that's not what if staff's out of alignment with council, let us know. That's absolutely, we take our orders from you. But that's what we've been going for. We're not instituting it. We're bringing it back to council to say, how do you want us to approach that? Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Rolson.
Rawson? I'll go with whatever you want to call me. And Barry. I look at the facts. So last year we looked at this and the report came to us talking about organics and garbage. And if you don't put out 2, we're not going to pick up the garbage, which I support and I thought was good. Our facts today is we're hearing that if our garbage has increased 75%, where we could be diverting more. And I think there's more we can do. We asked staff a year ago to do more public relations work, and we're finding out that we're not diverting. And we actually found out that there's been shrinkage to the amount that we're able to divert. In the last little while, we've had a reconsideration about size of council. And some members have talked about all these people come to us talking about size of council. I've had more come to me talking about garbage and diversion and waste and organics than size of council. Last year, I participated in a Rotary youth debate, and virtually every student talked about garbage, environment, protecting, and asking, what are we doing? I think the solution's simple. I think it's the recommendation from a year ago that says you don't put out a green bin, we're not picking up your garbage. Like, the facts are pretty clear here. I think this recommendation today, I give you kudos for it, but I won't support it because I'll echo Mayor Hamlin, this is about big brother surveillance. I don't think people are going to appreciate that level of work. And we already know that the public education part's not increasing our capture rates. So I think we already have the answer. You don't put out a green bin, we don't pick up your garbage. It's a pretty simple process, I think, if that's our objective, what we're trying to achieve.
Thank you, Councillor Rawson. Sorry, my apologies. And did you want to respond, or shall I go to the next councillor?
I would agree. I would say when we come forward, if this is supported, we're not spending a lot of money. That's an alternative. We'll come to you with alternatives, and that one will be back potentially on the table by then. You can't reconsider it right now without going through the clerking process, because that's within 1 year. I believe that came forward in May of last year. So,
Councillor Leduc.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to look at this from a different point of view, and I love all the conversation. It's been great. I actually love Councillor Hamlin's idea. It's inconvenient. It's private. Councillor Rawson's idea about, let's go after and make the green bin. I'd like to look at it from this. This is not a solution to grab all of our 100% of our organics, whatever. We're talking about bumping us up to 75. We've been stagnant for years on this organics and recycle. We've moved a little here and there, but it's not enough. To me, I'd like to see us work a problem backwards. I'd like to say, how can we grab 100% of our garbage, 100% of our organics, recycled garbage, and bring that back and say, take the inconvenience out of people's minds. This is a business. Waste is a business, and we need to look at it from a business point of view. Go out and make, and I've said it many times, well, make the capital investment, make it so that people don't have to worry about it, throw it in a bin. We will take it, sort it, and deal with it that way, and bring it back as a revenue source of some sort. So I'd like to see it from 100% come backwards, because, you know, you talk about increasing some of the organics here, and we talk about 30,000 if we get to 54%, or from 54 to 60, and then we talk 130,000. Those won't even cover the cost, the increased cost of the contracts year after year when we get into our contracts for picking up our garbage. To me, I'd like to see it. Let's look from 100% backwards. Come backwards and see what it's going to take. Do a 50-year picture out there. This county is going to grow no matter what. We're ready to double, you know, to 2051. I assume we're going to hit that number way before 2051. We're going to continue to grow. You're not going to change the attitude. Inconvenience is people's. They don't care about that. They don't want to be inconvenienced. Change is not something they want to do. I'm an organics person. I put my organics out every week with my garbage or my recycling. There's nothing in it. I got one little bag there, but I know I could do better even with my garbage. I know that sometimes I'm lazy and my garbage is right there, so I'm just going to toss in my garbage instead of going to my green bin, which is under the sink, and my little blue recycling bin, which I have to take out sometimes twice a day or whatever. So I'd like to look at this backwards. These are great technologies. Let's use technology. I can tell you right now, you know, stories I've heard from developers where their father came over from their old country, came to Canada, went to job sites, started, and the son, the older brother brought to the job sites, they picked up scrap metal, and they created this billion-dollar business. There's every piece of the car that gets recycled, every piece of it. And I sit here and I say, why weren't we doing that? Why aren't we looking at it and saying, forget the resins doing it. You're going to get a lot of people want to do it. We might get to 75%, but we'll never get 100%. The key is, why don't we get 100%? Putting our garbage in the ground is old. It's old technology. I don't think anybody wants to see a waste site in their community. So to me, this is a problem that we need to look at the 100% recovery and how do we deal with that? And that's talking about incineration, separation, all of that. And I think that's where I'd like to go with it, because I think there's a great opportunity here. There's a lot of ways to recover a lot of that cost. And I know there's a big capital investment, and we looked at it with the ERC and other technologies, but I think we need to do that. I think we need to go out there and look at what's around the world, look at the technologies, and look at 100% recovery and start with that. So that's just comments, Rob, but you know, this you're right. We're peeking people's garbage. We're looking at that, and I'm okay with technology. I'm okay with doing certain things, but I think this is going to be disruptive to people. So to me, it's 100% and work our way back from that. Whether that made sense to anybody or not, I'm into incineration and other ideas because I think we have technology out there that can deal with garbage 100%.
Director?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know Councillor Leduc will recall this. We signed a contract with a 20-year contract with a waste incineration company. So the curbside garbage that's currently going to landfill down in Niagara and finishing off a couple of our sites that are nearly full. Starting in 2027, that's all going to go to incineration, right? So we don't think that really moves the needle enough. It's not considered diversion. It's just another way to get rid of it. It actually does decrease it and takes away the long-term methane, if you will. But by our taking that available capacity incinerator, it means someone else is throwing that out in a landfill, right? So no matter what, there's only a certain amount of capacity in the province for incineration. We're fortunate to have gotten that. There are technologies available that have been trialed and tested, and I've been down to see them in, I know Durham's done some work, Peel I've actually seen, where they're looking at, you might want to call it we always, I refer to it as the squisher. Essentially what it takes is the garbage stream, hydraulic ram with a fine mesh screen, and it will remove a certain percent of organics out of the garbage screen. It basically comes out as a liquid. The concern is, what else is coming out along with that liquid? Would it make it unusable for the composting process? And I think nothing's been for certain managed with that. And that's the sort of thing we in the solid waste group continue to look at, continue to investigate, continue to go to conventions where they talk about all these things. I think that's important for us to continue to do. Is that possible? Yes. Is it doable now? I'd say no. And there is a significant cost to it. I understand what you're saying. I think we've gone a reasonable route at this point. It's always considered the best to have the residents do the sorting at the curbside. It gives you the cleanest possible stream, as opposed to the batteries that we know still end up in the garbage. What happens when those are squished and added to the liquid that goes in? All the other things that are in the garbage. This shouldn't be, as we can see from our waste audit. What impact would that have on the liquid that's extracted, and therefore the product that we're hoping to spread on food that we eat, right? So we want to do the fertilization. We want to close the loop, make it full circle with respect to organics. We don't want to make that product that we create unusable as a fertilizer by doing that. So that we'll continue to watch that, and we'll bring back anything to council that we think has some legs that might be able to do it. I'm not sure we're there yet.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Van Stavern.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With everybody speaking today, one of my biggest, I guess, the asks from the Waste Management Department, information is the key to making a decision. And no matter what anybody says here, unless we have information going forward, we're not going to make the proper decision. And we have opinions, but we don't have facts. And we understand, of course, what's going on in the next year with our changes. We will have the information in front of us to make decisions, and that's important. A quick question from a funding point of view. This past year, we ran into a situation with Waste Management as far as distributing the calendars because of our mail strike. In our family's case, we switched over to using the electronic version. My wife has it on her phone. She knows every week what's going on, sort of thing. It's a fantastic, it was a result of a misfortune. Are we going to continue doing the calendars this year?
To you, Madam Chair. No, it was, we did do a calendar. It's a smaller version. We've made it available at all municipalities. It's basically a large one-pager, still has sorting material on it, and the different zones, the zone 1 and zone 2.
Okay, I just wanted to find out what we're doing, and I've seen that. From a cost point of view, we have money out of a budget potentially to pay for this pilot project.
No,
right?
well, when we come back with the report, we'll talk about that. We've already taken the full-size calendar out of the 2020. It was not even in the 2025 budget.
Okay.
So we were always imagining that we would do this. The mail strike basically made our system go 1 year earlier than we anticipated.
Okay, so just looking at it from a cost point of view, where we can get money for this project.
And what you have outlined is what we've hoped to see with others, with increased use of the app, which gives you much more information. You don't know if you're in zone 1 or zone 2 when you pick this up. The app tells you exactly the day, lets you set reminders, lets us communicate back to you if there's a weather delay or what's going to happen, or the special collections that you might not be aware of. And then it's got the waste wizard to tell you to put in hard to recycle items. Where does it go? It'll explain it all to you. We find that as a much better source. But even our website has printable calendars. You can enter in your address. You can print your own calendar out.
I'm just looking for ways, and I think it's been a benefit to our community to not have those, encourage people, and it's a form of communication.
Yeah.
So
It's always disappointing for us on the first recycling week past when the calendars are distributed. We see so many of them in the recycling stream already that it's a bit of a waste for those residents that don't utilize it and just throw it in the recycling, where we think the app makes a lot more sense, provides a lot more specific information, allows us to run campaigns for things like tissues and things like that people have a hard time knowing that it goes in the organics. I think it's a much better system.
Thank you. Councillor Lavoie.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do agree with Councillor Rawson's position and just ask that when staff comes back with a report that they include a cost comparison between the picking up of or not picking up of the green bin if there's not a garbage, or the garbage if there's not a green bin present, versus the application of all of this technology and the ongoing maintenance and operation of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next was Councillor Bell.
Thank you very much to the chair. Director McCall, I guess my question, first my comment is I don't think I'd ever be in favor of policing, as I've said before, or being punitive. I do like the idea of finding the numbers out. They are a little bit staggering, I'll be honest. It did shock me. Waste diversion, as far as landfill diversion, energy to waste does give us the diversion rates. That gives us a 100% diversion rate from landfill. So that is one positive. However, when we do these numbers and come back, if we decide to do this, what I want to make sure we're doing is we're actually looking at the current cost to run to landfill, energy to waste. And when we change from doing internal organics to actually shipping them out, because there'll be a cost difference for that, I want to make sure the numbers are very accurate as to what we're comparing. I don't want to compare waste to energy, shipping and that cost of trucking, and not taking into consideration the trucking of the organics and that processing.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, thank you very much for your comments. Yes, we will. The organics, actually, where we're going to be going, is that also 27? 26. So we have signed a 20-year contract with a company that's actually much closer than where ours is currently going. So those trucking costs will be implicit in all the costs we present to council. And if not, we'll identify that within the report.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Rob and Laura, for a great presentation. I have to tend to agree with Councillor Hamlin, Councillor Rawson, and now just Councillor Bell, but I'm not at one that agrees with policing, but I do agree that I'm glad that the schools are involved, because that is our ones that go home. And when we first started to doing a lot of the things, we really reached out to our youth, and I think that it was positive. But I also think that by going with that competitive part of all of our municipalities against one another, we have all different things. We have sawing, we have all different things. And I think that this is one that we could actually utilize. And I would like it to be brought out that we actually have something that would be a competition between municipality to municipality, and let the residents know if they have a fair warning. If you do not start using your organic bins, then this is what we will go to. But in the meantime, just see how much we can bring that up through the competitiveness, and we have all the councils involved. And I think that we could do some good things, because it would be educating, but it will also be everyone in the community getting involved. We could go to different groups within the communities to be able to get on board with us. And I think that I know that some said that taking an empty green bin out, or not as full, but if they're taking out a full garbage every second week, then we know that they have enough for the organics to go out. That's how I look at it, because I know that when I first started looking at the organics, I really probably I wasn't bad at it, but I wasn't really good at it. Now in our own home, we don't even put out one, maybe once every 4 to 5 weeks for garbage, but we have our organics every week and our recycling. And I just wanted to say that I'm if I could just give a shout out, I'm just going to do this to our resident, Susan Antler. Susan Antler is the queen of organics. And we're very proud of her in our community, not what she just does for her community, her municipality, but right across Ontario and Canada. And the book that she has, The Apple Core, and it talks about the choice of impact between landfill or composting. And this book here was done, this version was done specifically for the County of Simcoe. And I just want to say thank you very much to the County of Simcoe for taking a look at this, because a lot of times, just like all of our public relations, when we have those animated characters, they make a bigger impact than any of just literature does. And I just want to say again, thank you very much to our staff, because they do a great job. I'm just not one yet for policing. So thank you very much. And thank you very much to all of my colleagues for all your comments there, because when we hear all the comments of what's going on, we also are learning as we roll this out. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Burkett.
Thank you through you, Madam Chair. And I do have a question, but before I ask my question, I just want to say thank you to Rob, and Laura for all you do, the men and women that are part of your team. You do a remarkable job. Why I'm saying this is I was part of that waste audit sorting last year. I did attend it. There was a handful of us there. I got through the second bag of garbage and almost contributed to the green bin with my breakfast. I don't know how they do it, but thank you for what you do. Also, if you ever get a chance, Rob took us on a tour of the Nottawasaga landfill. It's amazing what we do in the County of Simcoe and things that I didn't know. And when you look at the composting pile that they had there, and no smell, and you could actually take it in your hands and squeeze it between your fingers, there was nothing coming out. I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you that are part of that team. But my question, and it may not pertain next year as our landfills are full, and I'm supportive of the numbers or this pilot project that you want to do, but the IC&I, in years past, how much did it contribute to our landfills? And you may not have the answer, Rob. I don't know.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's impossible for us to be able to say, because we don't have the technology that measures the amount per house, per collection location. But to give you an idea, we're doing about, there's far more IC&I locations than this, but 2,500 IC&I locations are basically weekly contributing to either our recycling or garbage program. And that's in comparison to about 148,000 residential units. So they're about, rough and dirty would be about 1.5%, between 1.5% and 2% of what's been collected from olive streams.
Thank you. Next. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, if I may, just one other thing that I forgot to mention. That building that they were sorting in, you'll have to ask Mr. McCullough what he heats it with, and it's not fossil fuels. It's something that comes over our scale. So our staff thinking outside the box do wonderful things throughout the county. So I just want to say thank you again.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Burkett. Deputy Warden Coughlin.
Thank you. And I was in attendance with Councillor Burkett at that, and say that I was disgusted. It's twofold, not only in the smell and what we were pulling out of the garbage, but in the complacent laziness and neglect of our residents. That was disgusting. And that's not going to change. And I don't think that policing or penalizing those who aren't doing it is necessarily the approach. I think that the organics bin should be out. There are things that go in the organics bin that don't belong in the garbage, that don't belong, and taking a card out, it's not a punishment. It's an incentive to do what's right. I think it was when we were in Regina, we got to visit a facility, and the education room, the education portion that they put into it, they actually renamed their garbage, their organics. And it was something, I wish I could remember what it was, but it wasn't organics because it gives people the idea that it has to be food, that it needs to be food, and only food belongs in the organics. And I think that our residents we're at this county, we ask for information to make informed decisions. And I think our residents would make different choices, like in the Apple Core, if they were better informed, and we are trying. And my question is, the messaging that goes out to our residents with the raccoons is always happy. It's always cheerful, and what we have before us, the real issue the seriousness of the scary truth that we don't have landfills. We don't have capacity. We need to divert this or there will be another landfill, and no one wants that in their backyard. So I think that maybe changing the messaging or the tone from it's happy, let's just, this belongs over here, explaining to our residents the real truth of the situation of garbage and solid waste management in the county. And I mean, Toronto's looking for someone to take things too. So it's real, and it's not a next generation problem. It's today. And I think that if our messaging became more real, our residents would have more tangible information. And it's scary. We don't want to put fear out into the community. But I think that our residents need to hear that if you don't put out your organics, if you don't do your part to divert, we will have to open another landfill.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. Councillor Brian Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I broke my cardinal rule by saying I wouldn't get involved in this conversation today, but here I am. So, Rob, to you and your team, great job if you're able to drag me into this. So, I think, listen, garbage is a tough subject, always has been. Anytime I've been in this house and we've discussed it, it is a long, drawn-out discussion. There's a lot of passion, but at the end of the day, I'm glad that we are going to be sending our garbage for incineration in future, so as that will help with the impact of our garbage. I realize there's a cost to that, but what I really wanted to speak to here is the policing of people's garbage, and I couldn't agree more with Mayor Hamlin in that, garbage is a very private thing, and I think that I agree that most people, when they put their garbage out, they do not expect anyone to be going through it. They expect it to go wherever it goes, because most people don't know anymore, I would guess, but that it gets destructed or destroyed, and they don't have to have a concern with that. The other thing I'd like to see as we go through these tests and we crunch numbers is, if we say that a green bin has to be out in future in order to collect your garbage, what is the cost of us and the time spent by the truck physically dumping 50% of the green bins that are empty? Or is there a way for them to tell it's empty when they arrive so it's not being dumped? Because I would suspect there's a significant cost to that, because what people will do is they'll just roll out, if they're going to break the rules, or they're not going to compost, or they're not going to put organics in the green bin, they're going to put the bin out so they get their garbage taken away and the bin will be empty. The other thing we always have to consider is how many people in what areas of our county have garbage disposals, and I've talked to this before. We put very little compared to many, I'm assuming, in the green bin, although we do use it every week or sometimes every other week, because it's only got one or two small bags in it. But we are able to put a lot of that down the drain, and so it's not as much. And so just because people aren't using the green bin as much as we might think doesn't mean they're not doing their part, or at least as much as their neighbor who doesn't maybe have a garburator, or so on and so forth. So it's always a touchy subject. It's an important subject. Councillor Van Staveren said it best, decisions are best made on the more information we have. And so I just want to make sure that when this comes back, and I have no doubt it will, don't take me wrong, but it is very robust, and it has everything and anything you can think of with respect to costs and with respect to what you really think is going to work moving forward. I'll just end with, for those people who don't believe in composting or in recycling or in putting organics or separating organics, chances are they're never going to do that. And can we penalize them? Yes, absolutely we could. But does that fix the problem? And what does that mean to people who would say, listen, I pay good dollars in taxes to have my garbage collected, just collect my garbage. So I think it's difficult, it's passionate, but we need as robust information coming back as we possibly can. And again, no doubt that Rob and the team will do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the question. When we come back, we will outline all the costs of the different programs and options, and that would be one that's available to you. I would say that there is very little cost of that program. There is not an increased cost by Miller collecting mostly empty organics. Yes, there would be extra costs on them, but that's what they signed up for when they signed the contract with us. And we've already checked with them, and there's no extra specific costs for implementing this program. There will be more reporting every time that they show up and don't collect a bin. If we were going that way, they'd have to make a report, and we'd have to deal with that, but that wouldn't last a long time. Would there be more impacts on customer service? Short term, yes. Would there be more P&E, promotion and education? Yes, but probably not as much as some of the other options we're looking at.
I have two more speakers, and then I'm going to call the vote. So, Councillor Norris.
Most of my questions have been answered. A year ago, we sat here in this house and we turned around and said, no, let's educate and everything else. That was the warning. Today, no, they didn't heed the warning. So let's get back to the other motion. Don't support the current recommendation here for a pilot. We're way beyond there. Thank you.
I have Councillor Norcross, who I sneakingly think is going to call for the vote.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Councillor.
Okay, so I'm going to take privilege then and just add one thing before I go to Councillor Norcross, and that is, the education thing. We've done it. I got this in the mail. People are not composting their pizza boxes. It's not happening. Fat, oil, and grease was my topic, and I wondered if, based on the Deputy Mayor's comments about not scaring people, but letting people know that putting that stuff down your drain is causing great havoc with your wastewater operators if you're on municipal services, or your septic tank if you're not. And I wonder if there's a way to partner with wastewater operators who are constantly trying to get this word out. Don't put fog down the drain, and perhaps, have them on your side as a partner in help protect your infrastructure, because that clog might not be at the pumping station. That clog might be in your pipe, and then it's your responsibility to fix that, or your responsibility to upgrade your septic system. And with that, I'll go to Councillor Norcross.
Sorry, Your Worship. Sorry, Madam Chair. I was just going to ask you to call the vote on the recommendation, please.
I think we've worked together too long, Councillor Norcross.
It's been a long time.
So, unless there's any burning questions, knowing this is going to come back, it's always a fulsome discussion when we're talking about waste. I'd ask for a mover and a seconder, please, and the recommendation on the table, moved by Councillor Cabral and seconded by, I don't have a seconder, Warden Clark, that item CCW 2025-051 dated February 25th, 2025 regarding waste audit results and status of organics capture be received, and that staff proceed with a procurement process for technology to support a pilot program to measure organics participation and report back to council with options for increasing organics capture as generally outlined in item CCW 2025-051. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'm counting 16. Okay, and there's 16. So that's carried. I will call those opposed just for the record. Those opposed? Okay, that's still carried. Thank you. Any other items for matters of consideration for corporate services? I have one, so that is the Economic Development Subcommittee report from February 11th, 2025. Any questions or comments on that item? Seeing none, I'll ask for a mover and a seconder, please, that the recommendations contained within the Economic Development Subcommittee report dated February 11th, 2025 be approved. Moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Fryer. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. I have one item on the performance management, so I'll turn it over to Chair Evans.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Council. The item is a letter dated February 11th, 2025 from the Town of Collingwood regarding support of Canadian products and services. Can I have a mover and a seconder for discussion? Councillor Hammond, thank you. Councillor Fryer, seconder, thanks very much. Comments, questions? Council? No? Okay. Seeing none, the motion is that the following consent item having been given due consideration be received. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you so much. Are there any other items for consideration under performance management? Seeing none, I pass it back to Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you. I have had requests to go in camera on the next item. Does anybody want to break before we go in, or are we?
I just have to leave, so.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're on your way out. So
before the in-camera, I'm not.
Okay, so then I will roll right into the in-camera session. Just looking for my motion here. That the Committee of the Whole resolve in a closed session at 12:16 under the Authority of the Municipal Act, Section 239 2C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by a municipality or local board. Moved by Councillor Fryer, second by Councillor Miskimans. All in favor? That is carried. And for the record, yes, you're on your way. Yeah. We are live. So then I've got the confidential motion that I'll read. The public motion moved by Councillor Brian Smith, second by Councillor Michael Smith. The direction in camera and recommendations contained within the confidential item CCW 2025-069 dated February 25th, 2025 regarding a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board be approved and voted upon in accordance with section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act. That was already voted on and approved. So now I'm looking for an adjournment that the February 25th, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting be adjourned at 1:02 p.m. Moved by Councillor Fowler, second by Councillor Corbell. All in favor? That is carried. And I believe we're heading to the flagpole, are we not? Yeah, so if we can meet me out front at the flagpole, that would be great. Thank you, everybody. Take care for you.